Good morning, everyone. I want to call to order the December 2nd, 2022 meeting of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. If everybody would please be sure you silence your telephones, that will help us. And I promise this time I did. I think I didn't do it 2 times ago. So please silence your phone. I want to welcome all of you here today, those on television and those are watching us remotely and those here with us present today. I want to welcome Commissioner Storm, the Deputy Commissioners Clark and Jenkins here today, and members of the Commission as well as employees of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. Before we get too far into today's business, I also want to recognize Rich Zimmer, the new president of the League of Kentucky Sportsmen. There he is in the back. Everybody say hi to Rich if you have not met him.
Morning.
Please make a point to meet him, and he's going to be leading the league for the next year. So glad to have you here with us today, Rich. The invocation today is going to be brought to us by Danny Duvall, who is a Fisheries Division Technician. He's going to give us our invocation, and then the Pledge of Allegiance is going to be led by Jules Foster, who is the manager of the Slato Wildlife Education Center. So would you stand with me for the invocation and the pledge? Danny, whenever you're ready, sir.
I'd like to share just a verse from the scripture before I do, and it says, in 1 Corinthians 4, verse 1, it says, "Let a man so consider us as servants of Christ and stewards of the mysteries of God. Moreover, it is required in stewards that one be found trustworthy." Let us pray. Father, I do thank you today for this time we have to come today. Lord, I thank you for the safety of everyone that has come this morning. I pray today that you will bless us with wisdom and knowledge, that we can protect and be good stewards of that which you have so graciously given us. My prayer is that we respect each other, and I pray that we can love each other as you have loved us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Jules?
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both, and you all may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, sir?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd?
Present.
Commissioner Fisher?
Present.
Commissioner Swallows?
Present.
Commissioner Lillard?
Here.
Commissioner Farrell?
Here.
Commissioner Horn?
Here.
I'm present. Commissioner Klein?
I'm here, sir. Thank you. In my remarks today, I'm extremely proud to announce that a former Fish and Wildlife Commissioner has been inducted into membership in one of the most prestigious conservation organizations in the world. Before I recognize him, I believe a little background into the organization is in order. The Boone and Crockett Club was founded in 1887 by Theodore Roosevelt. The wilderness adventurers, Daniel Boone and David Crockett, were the symbolic names chosen for the club's name. The Boone and Crockett Club, through Roosevelt and early leaders of the American conservation movement, saw a crisis in humanity's impact on wildlife and their habitat, and called people into action to change America's direction. The club was instrumental in bringing about the Timberland Reserve Act, which reserved 36 million acres of national forest. Boone and Crockett developed the Yellowstone Park Protection Act, which expanded the size of the park, established laws for its protection, and became a model legislation for all future national parks. They played a major role in establishing several national parks and wildlife refuges, including Glacier National Park, Mount McKinley National Park, as well as Pelican Island National Refuge, Holt Collier National Wildlife Refuge, and the Theodore Roosevelt National Wildlife Refuge. In 1937, the Boone and Crockett Club laid the conceptual groundwork for the Pittman-Robertson Act, which provides vital federal funding to state and fish wildlife agencies like ours. There are 3 levels of membership recognized by the Boone and Crockett Club. Associate members, like the majority of us, were able to join the Boone and Crockett Club as associate members. professional membership, which is comprised of conservation-minded professional hunters and industry leaders, and 100 voting members. That was historically established in 1887 by that first group of members, that they would only have 100 voting members. Of those 100, they are life appointments, replaced only by death or resignation or retirement. Of those 100 members, they're chosen by invitation of the existing membership, not by application, after extensive background and research of potential candidates for membership. Once the prospect is notified of the club's invitation, more background checks and interviews are conducted before membership is established. Notable names of members include Teddy Roosevelt, Senator John F. Lacey, William Hornaday, Aldo Leopold, C.J. Buck of Buck Knives, J.N. Ding Darling, two-time Pulitzer Prize winner, numerous congressmen, senators, and military generals. To that list of distinguished names will now be added the name of Dr. Harry Carlos of Paducah, Kentucky. Dr. Carlos recently served a 4-year term on the Fish and Wildlife Commission from the 1st District. He is the only Kentuckian serving as one of the 100 voting members. Dr. Carlos, congratulations, sir, on your induction into full membership in the Boone and Crockett Club. The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Agency is proud of you, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Commission. We are confident, sir, that you will continue your efforts for wildlife conservation, public education, and advocacy of sportsmen throughout the nation. So I'd like to give him a round of applause, even though he's not here with us. Commissioner, I'll turn it over to you for your remarks, sir.
All right, thank you, Carl. Mr. Chairman. I want to give a thank you, as always, to our license holders and customers. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without your generosity and word of mouth, and there's just so many good things to say about our customers and our people. I want to thank our staff who always continue to shine regardless of the situation. They make us proud. And I want to give a shout out to the I&E division in general. They create this atmosphere that we have, and we have a first-class commission meeting now. From the audio and the video, there's not another state agency that does it like we do it. So they've just done a heck of a job with that. And 2022 has been a good year for us in terms of the agency and a lot of the trajectories. And so I want to say again, thank you to our customers. I want to say happy holidays to all the folks. It's hard to believe we've just about chipped another year off. But Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope 23 is a blessed year for all of you. But on to gun season. We've had a pretty good gun season, and actually some of the highest numbers that we've seen in recent years since 2019. We're about 5,000 deer over the modern gun season average. 102,000 deer were taken during modern gun season. We had pretty good weather with the exception of opening and closing days, and so I think that certainly helped. So as of this morning we've harvested right at 130,000 deer during this season. There's plenty of opportunity still to go out there and harvest a deer. There's been a lot of dandies. If you watch Facebook, you're probably a little bit depressed because everybody's killed a monster buck out there. But you can fill your freezer, and you can always donate to Hunters for the Hungry, which is an outstanding cause. Archery and crossbow seasons continue through January the 16th, and the lake muzzleloader is just right around the corner, December 10th through the 18th. And remember, the free youth weekend's December 31st through January 1. We completed round 2 of our CWD check stations in Western Kentucky. Another great effort. I'd like to thank all the staff that took their weekends and sacrificed their deer season to go down and help us with this. Compliance was fantastic again, over 90%. That's something that we're very happy about, and we want to thank all the hunters that helped make this possible. I can tell you, in general, the attitudes of these sportsmen is positive. They're thankful that we're doing what we're doing, and we're thankful for them. So it's a two-way street. Want to give a quick update on the elk herd expansion in McCreary County. Last winter, we moved 43 elk to McCreary County, and this summer we had several calves that were born in the area. Dr. John Hass can give you some more specific updates on that, but the historical note of this: on December 17th, the 25-year anniversary of the first elk that was released into the wild in Kentucky, was at Potato Knob in Knott County. Kind of a fitting name in Knott County. Another exciting update for us: we've been talking quite some time with law enforcement about a K-9 unit, and so we're unveiling a K-9 unit. We have three new members to our law enforcement division. Gambit, River, and Cosmo are the names of the K-9s. Conservation Officer Cody Berry, Glenn Griffey, and Evan Hughes of Taylor, Perry, and Ballard County will be the, I'm going to call them the parents of our K-9 units, and they're going to be responsible for these dogs. And I think it's a great PR piece to have these dogs in the field. These K-9s recently completed their training and certification in the state of North Carolina. They're trained in various types of searches and tracking, and so we're going to have just a new feather in our cap for our law enforcement division. There's no doubt that they're going to be popular in the field. Recently, the law enforcement division acquired a Homeland Security grant to the tune of $50,000. This will give body armor to our officers in the field, which we're excited about that as well. Now, on Thanksgiving Day, our Eastern Kentucky conservation officers stepped up to the plate, and these guys are awesome. Captain Watts, Lieutenant Sloan, Glenn Griffey, Dakota Turner, and C.J. Smith. They helped prepare and deliver 1,000 meals on Thanksgiving Day in Perry County, and these guys, every time you go down there, they shine. So great job to you guys. Thank you for what you do for the agency. And one other noteworthy update: Kelsey Webb is a new addition to the Commissioner's office, and I'd like you all to, when you see her out there, just welcome her. We're really happy to have her as part of our team. And at this time, we're fortunate to have one of our long-term partners, the National Archery in the Schools program. We're going to receive some national and state updates from Tommy Floyd, and we're excited always to talk to Tommy. And I haven't seen Lisa here today. Is Lisa with us?
She is ill.
Okay. Well, we're disappointed, but Tommy, good to see you today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry Lisa couldn't be here, and she's watching, and I know she is. We miss you. On behalf of our board of directors and our entire team, I thank you for the opportunity to come here and talk about some good things going on in the National Archery in Schools program. Like I've already heard, 2022 was a great year for us. It was an outstanding year. We pushed past the pandemic, which means that kids got to assemble and practice with their coaches as a part of their schools. We've now announced that in our 20-year history, we've involved over 20 million students in a safe, enjoyable archery experience that leads them to other avenues of the outdoors and in archery. I remind the Commission that NASP is the most successful and largest student archery program ever, and it started right here in Kentucky. That's something to be so proud of. This Commission, the Kentucky Department of Education, and Matthews Archery began a partnership in 2002 simply to offer a shooting sports program for middle school students in Kentucky, and the results have been unbelievable, and I'm so proud to share them. But while I'm on the topic of Kentucky, I cannot say enough good about Commissioner Storm, Deputy Clark, Deputy Jenkins, Rachel Kroom, Olivia Dangler, Brian Blank, and many others that if I tried to mention them, I would leave some out. Every time we contact one of these folks, they are eager to find a way to help our kids. These people are exactly why when I go somewhere, I'm glad to say to someone that I am from Kentucky and I'm a Kentucky sportsman supported by this agency. I must also say that Kentucky has one of the finest NASP coordinators in the nation, and that would be Lisa Fry, as we've mentioned. Lisa and her regional coordinators and this entire R3 team that seems to constantly support us are an example for other states. period. And I talked to a lot of other states, 49 to be exact. On behalf of all of us at the national level, I want to thank Lisa for what she does to be an example. She's always in teaching mode, but maybe most importantly, she's always in learning mode if it helps her meet the needs of kids better. So a few things about this past year. You think about the vision that this agency had in 2002. 20 years later, we have 9,000 active schools, right under 9,000 active schools, and about 1.3 million kids involved in archery today in NASP. On November 16th, we trained our 100,000th basic archery instructor. So 100,000 people, that's 100,000 role models, 100,000 examples for kids have volunteered to teach archery in NASP. 1,385 new schools joined us just last year. We're still at a 50-50 male-female ratio. We're still at 66% first-time archers participating in NASP. 91% of our kids say, based on our final survey, that they want to do and do participate in other outdoor activities. 76,429 kids competed at least once in NASP last year, somewhere in America and beyond, in Canada. 399,000 total archery scores were uploaded. That's a few. NASP has awarded now $3.4 million in scholarships to kids that go directly to the school of their choosing for higher education. We all know the importance of post-secondary education so they can become active sportsmen and women and make decisions to have good economics for their family. We joined with Rhode Island, Vermont, Wyoming's on the cusp, Maryland's agency just re-engaged. I'm so proud to have those states now involved. On March 17th and 18th in Louisville, if you make the trip to the Kentucky Expo Center, you will see one of the largest and best produced state tournaments of all the state tournaments, and we have some great ones, Indiana, Texas, Missouri, and I'll leave some out, but Kentucky shines in the way it offers its opportunity for kids. From 21 pilot schools, and I think Lisa comprised a little slide for you all to see the visual reference, from the 21 pilot schools in 2002 to 843 Kentucky schools that are actively reporting and alive and well. This commission has made archery make a difference in the lives of Kentucky kids, and I want to thank you for that and for being an example to other states. Following Lisa's and Kentucky's tournament in March and May of 11th through 13th, we'll have the largest archery tournament in the world. Hopefully we're going to be somewhere back around the 15,000 mark. That's 15,000 individual kids traveling from all these states. We also conduct a tournament out in Salt Lake at Sandy, Utah. We'll have the Western Eastern. We'll combine both those results and we'll have a winner for the United States, both in individuals and team. As I mentioned earlier, our deep appreciation to this commission and this agency for the presence of what I think some of the finest Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Conservation officers at the door. When our families come in the door and they come in that big lobby at KEC, they're greeted by a professional wearing a Fish and Wildlife Agency outfit. That gentleman meets them at the door, lady meets them at the door and welcomes them to the event. They keep us all comfortable and safe. They're unbelievably cooperative, and we're really grateful to them. There's a lot of good things to say about what's going on. We have a great team of people. You have an unbelievable team in this state that's doing some amazing things with Lisa at the helm. But your leadership is doing exactly what you asked them to do with an agency like us who touches a lot of kids. I want to thank this commission. I want to thank Commissioner Storm for sure. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you just for being the swell human being that I love you for. I just want to thank you all and wish all of you the best and Merry Christmas with your families for letting us be here. Lisa also provided the jump that many of our students are making to the outdoors. I have to tell one quick thing. I stopped at a Wendy's when I was still with the Department of Education, and I'm watching a set of grandparents and two middle school boys, and they both are wearing the state shirt with your all's emblem on the shoulder. So I got my hamburger and I sat down. I said, fellas, you know what that symbol is on your shoulder? And they said, yes. They're the guys that offer us a chance to shoot archery. And I think they were both proud of that. And then I found out their grandparents were raising them. And NASP was seen by their grandparents as a great thing. You are seen as a great thing. And for what you're doing to support us, I just want to say thank you. And I think I'm out of time, but I'm certainly glad to have this opportunity.
Good.
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Connor, would you all join me in applause for NASP and what they do? and what-
Tommy, I hope you express to Matthews Archery too. I know you're personal friends with the founder of Matthews Archery, and I know he is a deep and devout Christian.
Yes, he is.
Who donates a lot of his time and efforts toward activities for the kids. So please express on behalf of the commission our appreciation for Matthews Bow's sponsorship and the help that they do. So thank you.
God bless y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessings to you. And last and certainly not least, we have Rachel Young and John Woodall. Rachel is the new executive director for the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation. We're excited to have a friendly face there in that position and somebody that's great to work with. And then we've got John Woodall here that's been the chair for some time. I'm not sure, but you've been there on the board for 18 years. I'm not sure if all those years you've been chair, but 18, okay. All right, but if you all would, you can come to the table and give us an update.
Before Rachel kicks off, just to dovetail on NASP, but thanks for having us. I remember when we started this, and Roy Grimes came to us and talked about this program, and nobody knew what it was, and just what he thought it was going to be. And I remember the quote from the Matthews founder at that time was, that Roy shared, he said, "I've seen the future of archery, and it's in Kentucky." And that sounded great, you know, kind of catchy, but boy, he was right. It's amazing what this program has meant to so many kids. It's just incredible. I mean, we'll talk about how it dovetails with what we do, but what you all have done here has affected so many kids in such a positive way. It's fantastic. So, thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you to you all for having me and John here today. I'm super excited to meet all of you all that I haven't met yet. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Rachel Young, like Commissioner Storm said. Before I came over to the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation, I did work at the department for about 4 years in the I&E division. So if you recognize me, that's probably where, or our YouTube page, I'm all over it. So Nathan, if you want to flip the slide. So this morning, what we're going to talk about is our scholarship program for conservation camps in Kentucky. So for those of you that don't know, a big part of our mission is providing scholarships to students throughout Kentucky in the 4th and 5th grade who would not be able to attend conservation camp otherwise. And to kind of give you an idea about how this works, each county or cluster of counties in Kentucky has a designated conservation educator. So throughout the school year, their main focus is to go to these elementary schools and give conservation programs on varying topics, reptiles, black bears, hunting, different things like that. So while they're doing that, they're also promoting camp. And they will go through the students and see, okay, this student wants to go, but they're not in a great financial situation. They come to me and I put a bunch of names on our website, and individual donors are able to sponsor kids to go to camp. And another way that we're able to do this is through the special commission permit process. So thank you all so much. I feel really thankful that we were given these for this year and next year. And that's a big reason why we're able to do this. So if you look up there, you're going to see 2 sections. The top is what we were able to do this year. So we were able to award 276 children in varying scholarship amounts, and the total came out to a little bit over $46,000 this summer for all 3 camps combined. And then if you look further down, since inception, you're going to look 2012 through 2022. And keep in mind, 2020 was not a good year for anyone. So those numbers are going to be 0 for 2020, and 2021 was a little bit of an off year as well. We still had camp. The participation just wasn't as high. But this year we bounced back great. And in total, we've almost hit 3,000 children assisted. And I'm hoping by next year we will hit 3,000 and 428,000 in total. So I feel really grateful that we're able to do this for these kids throughout Kentucky. I was able to go to camp in 5th grade, and it's one of my fondest elementary school memories, and one of the only things I remember about elementary school. But again, thank you all for having us. I really appreciate it, and I'm going to be around because I want to meet all of you all individually today.
And
Anything?
just to add to that, what some of you may not know is when I came on the foundation, our original mission was simply focused on Salado and completing the exhibits there, raising money to do that. And that's what we were focused on. Sometime around 2000, I can't remember exactly the year, but we were asked to take on a little larger mission to try to focus more on the camps, which were falling into disrepair in terms of infrastructure. And that's when I became aware of the shortfall we had with a lot of these children. I mean, many of you from rural areas know we got a major catastrophe going on in this state in terms of opioids. We're gaining on it, but drugs and no hope are a bad combination. And what I learned very quickly is we had a lot of kids caught up in this, and these camps were a way for them just to get away just for a little while. So what we started to do was they would report to their counselor, and their counselor would have them fill out a request if they wanted to go to camp. And some of the cards we would get would just absolutely bring you to tears. I mean, you shut your office door type stuff. And so we decided as a group, well, I'll tell you what, if you want to go to camp, conservation camp in this state, you're going.
Yep.
And money is not going to be an object. So that's what, this all came out of the elk tag, folks. And so that, you all provide us with that. We are as good as stewards as we can be with it in terms of raising money with it. And the other forms of fundraising that we do, our mission has certainly exponentiated, and Rachel's doing a fantastic job, but that's what it goes for. And so if a child in this state wants to go to conservation camp, money's not an object for them. Anybody can go, and in addition to the infrastructure work we're doing. So we are so appreciative of our partnership with you all in that regard. And I mean, it's just things like that and things like this that we're able to cooperate on that are making a big difference for so many children in this state. I mean, things like getting them to camp, getting kids that may not be athletic or they may not be in the band or whatever else. This gives them a reason to want to go to school. And this has all started right here. And so that's why I'm proud to be a part of the organization. We're not paid. We might get a T-shirt or a hat every once in a while, but it's the benefit of knowing you're actually doing something that makes a difference in these children's lives. And I really want to tell you how much we appreciate our partnership with you.
Thank you all so much again. And just one more thing I do want to touch on. Like John said, we do not turn children away from camp. Barring that capacity has not been met, any kid that wants to go to camp, we send them to camp. Anything else?
Well, thank you all for
Yeah, thank
being
you.
great partners to our agency. God bless you for being volunteers and doing all this great work. And let's give them a round of
Thank you
applause.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
I want to remind everybody before we get into the action items today that sign up to speak today ends at 9. So if there's somebody, you got about a minute to sign up. If there's comments you want to make at the end of the meeting today, the sign-up sheet is still out there. In compliance with the bylaws governing the commission, today we elect new officers or commission officers. In our bylaws it says, although no member of the commission is more noteworthy than any other, organization is necessary for efficiency. Therefore, the commission shall, there's that shall, Mr. Fields, the commission shall elect annually from its members a chair, a vice chair, and a secretary. So today we have our annual election. We have to do that before the end of this year. And so the first order of business of that action item is election of or nomination for the chairman. Then we'll have nominations for vice chair and then secretary to fill the 3 offices that we have to comply with to meet the Kentucky bylaws, or the bylaws of our commission. So floor is open now, gentlemen, to nomination, and you do not have to, of course, have a second for a nomination. For nomination for chairman, Mr. Secretary, are you writing down what you need to? Okay, floor is open.
Chairman Carl?
Yes, sir.
I've had multiple members of this commission come to me, and what they have said, and they've said unanimously, which is that they're happy with the officers that we have now. In the interest of time, because as you all know, we have a lengthy agenda ahead of us today, I would like to propose, and legal will have to tell me how to say this in the correct wording, that we keep the officers that we have now.
Mr. Fields, is there anything in Robert's Rules of Order that prevent him from nominating what would be 3 people at this point?
No, he can nominate as for each of the positions in one nomination. I mean, they're going to be voted on individually, but he can provide all 3 of those nominations. He just can't nominate more than one person for one position.
Okay.
If the vote to do this is not unanimous, I'm fine with going through with it.
Well, we would still call for a vote of each individual member about your motion.
So let that be my
So your nomination, not your motion, your nomination is that you re-nominate Dr. Kleinert as chair, Mr. Horn as vice chair, and Mr. Morgan as secretary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we have that nomination. Other nominations from other members for any of those 3, since we opened that up for all 3, any nominations for the chairman or vice chairman or secretary from any other individual? I will ask again for the second and final time, are there any further nominations for chair, vice chair, or secretary? Not hearing any nominations, then we'll close the nomination. So, Mr. Secretary, would you take a vote poll of all the members concerning that nomination, which would re-elect all 3 of the present officers into those positions? Anybody who objects can either explain their objection or can just object to that happening. So
I'd be
we
happy
still
to,
need
Mr.
to take
Chairman.
we still need to take a poll of that.
Commissioner Floyd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yeah.
Commissioner Swallows,
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard,
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell,
Aye.
Commissioner Horn.
Aye.
I vote aye. Would you like to vote or no?
Well, I don't believe there's a need to vote, but I'll vote for the other 2 as ayes and stay out of mine.
Okay. All right, it would be unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Then by unanimous vote, the officers presently serving will continue to serve for the coming year. The statement I'd make to my fellow commissioners, I'm humbled and honored to be reappointed as your commission chair. I'll do the best of my ability to represent you well and represent you in a way that you would want me to do so. To the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, I want you to know that I may be the one that steers the ship of the commission, but it's these men sitting before me here, and members before them, that chart the course and determine the destination that the commission goes to. So I may just be the song leader and they're all doing the singing, but I want you to know it's these men, and I might also say that this group and the group prior to this group have served the Commonwealth well. They have fulfilled the oath that they took to do the best they could for the resources of the Commonwealth. So I'm proud to serve these gentlemen, and they've all done an excellent job, and they're a great group. So thank you for your trust, and I thank the Commonwealth of Kentucky for having these men on this board. So thank you, gentlemen. The second, Paul, do you need to say anything, or do you want to say anything, or Mr. Morgan, do you want to say anything? I've had my minute.
Thank the commission.
Yeah, I thank everybody, and I appreciate the support.
Well, we've got lots of work to do, and we've got a good group to do it. The next is approval of the minutes from the August 26th, 2022 quarterly meeting. That's attachment A1, gentlemen. I'm sure you've all gone over it already to some extent, but are there any additions or any deletions that need to be made, or corrections that need to be made in those minutes? Then I'll entertain a motion concerning the minutes of the August meeting.
I'll make a motion we accept the minutes.
I have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Paul Horn. The motion was made by Josh Lillard. Any discussion about those minutes? If there's no discussion, Mr. Secretary, would you take a vote?
Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows?
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
No tie to break. Then the motion carries. The next item, action item before us is the quarterly financial reports. Melissa Trent is going to present that today. Lisa Cox is not with us today. I'd like for everybody to keep her and her family in our prayers. She has a family member today having major surgery, and she has to be there to tend to them. So please keep Lisa and her family in your prayers. Ms. Trent, go right ahead with your update. That's A2, gentlemen. Handout A2.
And I believe Nathan's got it there. If there are any questions or concerns, I can answer them for you. Lisa's footnoted a couple of things there. I'll go ahead and let you know on that. Yeah, it's really small, but the number one footnote is the $9 million for philo is not in there. It just skews fisheries budget, so it's not included in that budget there, although it is approved. And then, let's see here. The number two is an approval contingency for the Commissioner's office by the department. And then number three is what we used to do is split out a lot of the statewide charges for like workers' comp personnel, and so now those are budgeted in the Commissioner's office in admin, and we actually pay those out of there, so that's a little bit of a difference. But other than that, everything's pretty much what you're used to seeing. Now, one thing that I will mention is on the interest income up there, I know it shows like a negative 312%. The only reason that shows so high is because that's an estimate. We can never know. Our interest fluctuates based on the market, and so we basically budget. That's an estimate. That 100,000 is just an estimate. Yeah. So based on previous years.
I believe I asked last time. Well, we don't have control of where those funds are invested, right?
Correct.
So we're
yes.
basically at the will.
We're in a
of,
pool
yeah.
of
so
multi-agencies.
we have no control over that, and where they're invested, we basically are at the risk of
Correct.
the current market volatility.
Right.
Lisa, can you also explain on the bottom line of net gain and net or loss operating? Those negative figures are scary when you first look at them. Would you explain why they're so big?
Yes. So that is not actually a true like net loss. What this income statement does is it basically takes your total revenues and your total expenditures and does the difference. So that's what that number basically is. Nathan, will you go ahead and flip to the net cash? Because we knew that there was a question about this possibly, we did a report here that shows the change in net cash. So what happens is our cash is not the same and our revenues are not the same every month. So those are estimates on those revenues when they're going to come in. So as you can see, we're pretty much on target and it's pretty stable. You're going to notice in November we get a huge bunch of revenue that hits in December, and that's from all of your deer licenses and everybody getting their licenses for deer season. Then you will see a big bump in the cash as well in April and May from where everyone is renewing their licenses or getting ready for fishing season and spring turkey. So those are estimates, and if I had another report that I could show you that shows expenditures, our expenditures fluctuate based on seasons also. So, you know, wildlife may spend more in the summertime due to crop income and crop stuff that they do and habitat. So our expenditures and revenues fluctuate, but this will show you that where our cash actually comes in and how it, you know, is stable, I guess you could say. So it's not really, when you flip back to that, Nathan, it's not really a negative. It's not like we're losing that money. It just happens to show that we budgeted, our revenues came in one month, and because of our federal grants, there's another component to this. Our federal grants are reimbursable. So if we spend $100,000 this month, we're not going to get that revenue until the following month or two when we draw those funds down after it is reimbursed. So your expenditures and revenues don't come in at the same time anytime during the year. So it is due to that. Does that make sense?
Does it always go down like that in January and February?
Yes, and the reason why it goes down in January and February is the federal fiscal year is October. The majority of our grants close in October or September, October 1. Then we start a new grant segment. When that grant closes in September, we actually close the financials. We have 3 months to close the financial report on that grant, which is the end of December. So you'll see that big bump and we'll draw funds, but the reason in January and February we don't draw very many federal funds is because that new grant has started and we're closing the old grant in December. So that always shows like that. So we draw a lot of the funds in December, and then the reason why you're seeing April, a big spike in April, is a lot of the fisheries grants close in March. And that's due to seasons. But the federal fiscal year is different than our state fiscal year, which is September 30th.
Commissioner Swallows, are you
Yes,
satisfied with your
I
answer about
am.
the interest? 'Cause I remember you
I'd
saying
ask about
something
that.
Yeah, I just want to ask one more question on that third footnote. Do you know the amount that we pay in for like the workers' compensation and all that stuff? What the amount of that budgeted item is?
I do not right here. I don't have it right in front of me, but I can get you that number because that is a number that we pay annually, and
that's a set. My understanding is it's assessed. We have no control over that, right?
yes, that is through the Office of State Budget Director, and it's based on workers' comp for. It's based on our number of staff, but yes.
Okay, other questions for Melissa? If you think Randy's satisfied with what you heard. Then we'll entertain a motion about the quarterly financial report. Thank you, Melissa. You did a good job.
Make the motion.
Make a motion that we accept the financial.
Second.
And I have a second. So I have a motion from Mr. Horn and a second from Mr. Swallows. Is there any discussion about those quarterly financial reports? If there are not, Mr. Secretary, would you take a vote?
Commissioner Floyd,
I'd say yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows.
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Horn.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Then the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The next item on the action items is attachment A3, gentlemen. To clarify, the captive servant facility shall only hold captive servants. I believe Ben Robinson's going to present.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Dr. Connor said, the action item was clarified that captive servant facilities shall only hold captive servants. For those not familiar with a servant, those may be watching, that's any member of the deer family, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, caribou. For the purposes of Kentucky in this discussion, primarily white-tailed deer that we deal with in our facilities. So essentially, this is not a new regulation. 2083 has been around for quite some time, and the intent has always been that only captive servants are housed in these facilities. However, that's not explicit in the reg, so it does leave a loophole, allowing these permit holders to potentially bring in exotic species. In one instance, we found pigs in a facility. High disease risk, potential for escape. We would prefer not to commingle any animals in these facilities. So essentially, it's strengthening up this reg, closing the loophole on that. I do want to point out, and many of you probably are aware of this actually advanced immediately to an action item. It bypassed new business and discussion, which is not our normal protocol. However, it's twofold. The reason that we did that, one, because we do feel like this is very important to get this through quickly to close this loophole. Two, we co-regulate these facilities with Department of Agriculture, and Department of Ag recently made a minor change to a reference, a reg number, it's my understanding, and it's going to force us to open this reg up so that we can reference that reg. So the reg is going to be, our reg 083 is going to be open, and we were hoping to take advantage of the cleanup item, tightening up this loophole while the reg is open.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Are the, excuse me, but I don't, is there a difference between the regs for holding pigs and holding deer?
So, holding, Gabe, can you help me out with holding pigs? Doug, you might need to elaborate a little bit on that question.
What you're saying is you can't co-mingle these animals, pigs and deer.
I mean, technically right now you can, the way that this
But
reg
you're
is
wanting
written.
not to.
But we're wanting to prevent that.
So if a person's holding pigs, what is the regs for that? Are they different than this?
If they were holding pigs, that would be domestic livestock regulated by Department of Agriculture.
Well, but you're, so, okay, what is the exotic animals you don't want them to hold with a deer?
Well, we have one instance right now where there are pigs in one of these facilities, and we don't have a lot of enforcement power over that right now, the way the reg's written. So we would like to stop that. But the way it's written right now, I mean, anything could be brought in there. You could bring in a lot of exotic game, zebras, African type animals, and we'd like to close that loophole.
But if you're going to say they can't hold them in that pen, where can they hold them?
They wouldn't be
We
able
don't
to.
regulate that. It would be,
Right,
they could build their own pen and do it.
Because that's a Department of Ag regulation, so they would have to follow those standards.
Yeah.
So if you make it illegal for them to put pen of pigs or any other animal in that pen where the deer are, they have a place to go.
Yes.
You're not just shutting the door.
Correct.
Okay. Just make sure we're not just shutting the door plumb
Sure,
wide so
sure.
they can't have a place to hold them.
Ms. Gilbert, did you have something that you?
I'm just going to add, or try to jump in, that Department of Ag actually came to our staff because they have a reg that they have repealed. So actually our reg mentions a repealed reg that is no longer in existence, which is the other reason for this emergent action. They're going to file that in January with some, equal language here. So we just needed to kind of partner with them to make sure our reg matched what they were saying about those facilities. But we're only dealing with cervids in the wild, the pigs issue.
So we're going to deal with the pigs and we're going to deal with the deer. Correct?
Right, we'd like to keep it separate.
Okay. So when I explain this to my people in my district, I got to be able to say something. Yeah, go ahead.
We do co-regulate the deer. They regulate the cervid facilities inside generally. We generally deal with the wildlife aspect of it and the fencing. So they would still be regulating the cervid facilities as well.
I see. So if you had a pen that you had foxes in, can you put deer in that pen now? No?
No.
And this wouldn't affect that at all?
No, this is
Correct?
captive cervid facilities.
All right, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So the request of the Wildlife Division then is, recommends amending 301 KAR 2 083 to clarify that only captive cervids may be held in captive cervid enclosures. That's correct?
Yes.
Any further discussion or motion before the floor? Someone wants to make that motion. It's in blue there.
I'll make the motion.
So you make the motion that we amend that KAR 2 083 to clarify that only captive cervids be held in captive cervid pens. Is there a second to that motion? Second is Robin. So is everybody, you got who that is? Mr. Fisher and Mr. Floyd, Dr. Floyd. Okay. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, Mr. Secretary, would you take a roll call vote?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Trying to silence my phone, it wouldn't go off. Excuse me.
Maybe you didn't hear the first part of the program.
Oh, I did. I did. I wasn't smart enough, but I've got it.
I was guilty about 2 times ago, so I wanted to share that guilt with someone else.
Yeah, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Commissioner Floyd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher.
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows.
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. That concludes our action items for today. The first discussion item is attachment D1 in your packet. D1, David 1, change Simpson County from Zone 3 to Zone 2 for deer hunting. Mr. Robinson, I believe you have that one too, sir.
Yes, sir. And that one is pretty simple, as it reads. Simply a zone change, taking Simpson County from a Zone 3 to a Zone 2. If you're familiar with the zone structure in that part of the world, every surrounding county around Simpson County is already a Zone 2. So this is bringing them up to the Zone 2 level. Our models, our population estimates show that this is certainly supported, and so it'll be really probably something that's long overdue, honestly.
Is there any other counties just besides Simpson County that we've looked at as far as Zone 4s to Zone 3s, Zone 3s to Zone 2s, Zone 2s to Zone 1s? And is that, I know we looked at it probably 4 years ago, but I don't think anything's been brought up since that point. I didn't know if it was time for a look at the bigger picture what time we're on this topic.
Sure, this would be the time to do that, while we're investigating this. And we keep a close eye on those, our model regularly. Right now, nothing is jumping out at us, and we haven't had any requests from anyone to make any zone changes to dig deeper into it. So we certainly could if requested.
I think we'd had some recommendations or some discussion about changing some right before the last EHD outbreak, and then we stopped everything at that particular time. So just a comment.
Is that it? Other comments? Then I'll entertain a motion from the floor concerning that proposal from the Wildlife Division of changing Simpson County from Zone 3 to Zone 2.
Since it's a discussion.
Make a motion that we approve.
I'm sorry.
Since it's just a discussion, just want to.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, I'm sorry about passing it on. A motion to pass it on. So I need a motion to pass that on to action. I'm sorry, I didn't specify that. A motion to pass it on to act.
I make the motion that we pass this on as an action item.
Okay, and a second to that? Second from Paul Horn. If there's no further discussion, would you take a roll call vote, sir?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows?
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
Motion carries unanimously then. I want to go back and I did not make that very clear about the discussion item. For all discussion items, in the past, we have had a motion and a second and then a vote to pass them on to an action item. On new business, we automatically pass that on unless there is an objection to new business. We automatically pass that on to a discussion item. So when we have new business today, if somebody just objects or wants to table it indefinitely, we can do that with new business. Otherwise, automatically on new business, we'll move that on to a discussion item. The next group of discussion items are for Fisheries Division. Dave Greaves is going to be presenting those. That'll be attachment D2 through D8. So he's going to have several here. If it pleases the commission, what I'd like to do is to have him go over these, and instead of going through all the questions at the end of each one, if you remember which one you'd like to ask questions about, for instance, if it's about clarifying proposed legislation about aquatic organisms, you can just refer to D3 and say, I'd like to ask a question about D3. That way we can let him get through all of these and then return to the questions and then finally pass them maybe all on at once if you will so desire. But I think in the interest of time, it will help if you just go through all of them and then we'll go back and ask questions at the end of each individual one if they have any. Is that good with you?
Yes, sir.
Is that good with the commission? Is it okay if we just have him go through them all? And then if you have a question, if Jerry has a question about D5, he can ask it. If you have one about D2, we'll do all those questions at the end, and then that way we won't have to stop and restart each time. So go ahead, if you would, Dave.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good to be with you today. In the first item, we have a number of different proposals in 301 KAR 122. This is importation and possession of prohibited aquatic species. This administrative regulation establishes the species of aquatic life that are prohibited in the Commonwealth. and we wanted some simple clarifications and cleanup in the language in keeping with the intent of this regulation. So the first item is the Fisheries Division recommends adding provision to the regulation that goldfish may be used as bait. So goldfish are already something that we have sanctioned the propagation and sale of this species as bait. We consider them to be not injurious to native ecosystems, and they're already found in various water bodies around the state. So we just wanted to insert language that clarifies that they are a legal bait fish in Kentucky. We also propose adding that individuals of any aquatic species may be released at the time of catch back into the water body from which they are caught. So the regulation prohibiting certain species being released in Kentucky, the way it's written, it doesn't really specify that you could capture a fish species and then just immediately release it back at the time that you catch it. And so that's what we wanted to clarify. Certainly we want, the regulation is intended to make sure that fish aren't introduced into Kentucky that are illegal or an invasive species. But for example, if you catch an invasive carp and you release it, we don't want you to be accused of violating the regulation. So this would just say, if you catch it and you release it back at the time that you caught it in the water body from which you caught it, that would be okay. We're also proposing adding a restriction on the transportation and sale of live tilapia within Kentucky only to certain individuals. So we don't want tilapia being propagated and for any reason other than for food consumption. So we would like that to add a proposal that they be only transferred to another properly licensed propagator, a properly licensed live fish and bait dealer, or a person, corporation, or other business entity that is selling fish for food in establishments licensed for resale by another state agency or for sale as wholesale food products. So that language obviously is very specific. It matches language in 301 KAR 132, the sale of live bait. The last item in this series in 122 is the Fisheries Division also recommends amending invasive carp to state that we explicitly prohibit possession of live Asian carp. So it already reads that you can buy them, you can't buy them, sell them, import them, or transport them, or release them, but it doesn't say you can't possess them. So we just wanted to insert that wording in there to cover all the bases, basically. And then, so there is one more item, and that is we've sanctioned the non-commercial harvest of Asian carp with bow fishing. So we need to make sure that the language in the regulation accounts for that. So this is kind of a cleanup. It was an oversight. So we want to allow that sport fishing anglers to possess, transport, and sell invasive carp under the same three conditions allowed for licensed commercial fishers. That being that they are not transported. They must not be transported in water. They must be moribund, meaning they're dead or dying, and they must be transported to a fish processing facility. And that's everything for 301 KR 122.
Okay, you want to just go on to D3?
Okay, we're moving on to attachment D3. The next couple regulation proposals continue the theme of addressing our concerns about the introduction of non-native fish species that could be detrimental to native fish populations. So Administrative Regulation 301 KAR 115 is the propagation of aquatic organisms, and it establishes the requirements for obtaining a propagation permit for aquatic organisms and establishes the requirements for propagation permit holders. So we propose that the department may deny a propagation permit for aquatic organisms that we determine are potentially damaging to native ecosystems. KRS 150.280 prescribes that the department shall, by administrative regulation, identify species that are potentially damaging to native ecosystems and shall prohibit the transporting or holding of these species. The regulation does not currently explicitly state that we are allowed to deny the issuance of a permit to propagate non-native species that we deem are potentially harmful. So we want to provide that clarification language in the reg, and by adding this, it would also give the permit applicants wishing to appeal a decision the recourse of an administrative hearing. So moving on to 301 KAR 125, this is the transportation of fish regulation, and it provides for the control of the transportation of fish, fish eggs, live bait, and other aquatic organisms into, through, and within the state of Kentucky to protect the resident fish populations. So this is companion language to the previous regulation. So we want to provide that the department may also deny the transportation permit for the transportation of aquatic organisms that we determine are potentially damaging to the native ecosystems. So once again, by providing this clarifying wording and regulation, it will also give those wishing to appeal our decision recourse to administrative hearing. That's it on that one. We're moving on now to attachment D5. This is the program where we have discussed about we wanted to establish a commercial fishing or experimental commercial fishing program where commercial fishers can use special fishing gear and special commercial fishing methods to further the goal of invasive carp harvest in mass quantities. So the creation of this program will require amendments to 301 KAR 152, which is the harvest and sale of invasive carp, and establishing the fee structure in 301 KAR 3022, the license, tag, and permit fees regulation. So as I mentioned to you gentlemen in an email, this is a rather detailed language for this item. There's a lot that would go into creating this program in regulation, and so I wanted to be certain that you all had all that information and the public had all that information of what we proposing to implement here with this establishment. But I'll give a few highlights. The amendments to the existing regulations will create a new experimental commercial fishing methods permit that will allow commercial fishers under the oversight of KDFWR staff to use and experiment with currently impermissible gear and methods in restricted designated areas to determine if said methods and gear can be employed safely, are effective at harvesting invasive carp, have minimal bycatch, and cause negligible interference with other recreational users. Fisheries proposes the following fee structure for the permits. So we're at a Tier 1 resident would be $800 for that permit. A Tier 2 resident would be $1,200 for that permit. A Tier 1 non-resident would be $1,600. And a Tier 2 non-resident would be $2,400. Obviously, there's a lot of regulation language needed to implement such a program, and if it pleases the commission members, I will not read all this text verbatim, but I will provide just a few more highlights for your consideration and then answer questions. Experimentation under this program will be allowed in the following waters upon our approval, including restricted waters of Kentucky Lake, Lake Barkley, Ohio River downstream of Newburgh Lock and Dam, Mississippi River from the mouth of the Ohio downstream to the Tennessee line, the Tennessee River downstream of Kentucky Lake, the Cumberland River downstream of Lake Barkley, and the Green River downstream of Green River Lock and Dam number 4. As mentioned, there will be 2 levels of the experimental commercial fishing methods program. Commercial fishers participating in Tier 1 of the program can only fish the experimental methods under the direct supervision of department personnel. The department will advertise for and accept applications for a maximum of 3 positions. Scoring criteria will be used to select the most qualified applicants. Once participants in their experimental method has been sufficiently vetted by the department personnel, they may apply for Tier 2 status in the program where they will not be allowed to fish experimental where they will be allowed to fish experimental methods without the direct Fish and Wildlife oversight. It will not be required at that time. They'll still need to let us know where they're fishing in advance, but they will not be required to have direct oversight. So that's a quick thumbnail sketch of the program. If it pleases the chair, I do think this is a rather lengthy item, and if we wanted to ask questions at this time for this item, that would be fine with me. Up to you.
It's okay with me if they have an immediate question somebody wants to ask. I'm going to brag on two items here, two things. I think the way that you have given all the material to the commission members early is helpful, and I will brag on them because these guys are really good about reviewing all this before they get in here. So the number of questions I know has got to be diminished because they study this book before they come in here. So
yes, sir.
Accolades to you for organization and getting it to them early for them to read, and then to them for spending time to get this before they get in here and sit down. So both of you all are doing a yeoman's job of getting that done. Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner.
Two questions I have. The catalyst for this item, what's the reasoning behind it? Are you having people trying new stuff that you can't control?
We've actually had a program where we had two individual commercial fishers working on kind of the same thing, although it was a different agreement. It was a master agreement. The attorneys determined that this is not really a procurement, so a master agreement didn't really fit under that umbrella. One of the reasons why they did it that way was because they wanted to be fair about who was selected, and so it was kind of it was almost like a procurement methodology where you could submit a proposal and then it was scored kind of thing. And so we do have one individual, Mr. Wade Robbins, that is currently under an MOU now that allows him to do this experimental methods. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to put it in regulation. The attorneys determined that's the best place where it should be. And so we're moving in that direction with this proposal.
Okay, so how many commercial fishers do you think would be involved in this? There's a possibility.
So right now, like I said, as a tier 1 with where we have to have direct oversight, obviously we have limited staff to do that. So we're going to limit that to 3 persons at any one time. And so the idea is that we'd like to vet a lot of people and then move them on to tier 2 where we don't have direct oversight. And then the further on beyond that, if we determine that there's methods that these folks can use that are not detrimental, then maybe we can even make them as a legal method, and then they won't even need to be in a program. But right now, obviously the reason why we're worried about invasive carp, besides the fact of the boating hazards and whatnot, is their detrimental effect on the ecosystem. And we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot and make sure folks are out there using methods to harvest carp that take too much sport fish.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So is there any limit on the tier 2s?
There is not a limit.
Okay. So it sounds like you're just going to vet them as long as they check all the boxes and we think they're good. We get as many as we can as long as the harvest method is being effective.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Let me explain to the folks watching by TV. These invasive carp are tremendously harmful. I'm a first district commissioner, and it affects my area in a variety of ways, not the least of which we used to have tons of fishing tournaments down Kentucky Lake and Barkley Lake because we had lots of bass and lots of crappie, and these invasive carp eat the plankton that the bait fish eat. So if you have less bait fish, you have less sport fish. And the commercial fishermen have literally turned a pig's ear into a silk purse here, because what they're doing is they're catching those carp and an industry has arisen there. We've got a couple of processing plants. They're now selling those. They're offering jobs to local folks around there, and they've been tremendously successful. The folks that have these experimental methods are telling us that they can do it even more effectively, and even better as far as taking out fish from the lake, the invasive carp fish from the lake. So maybe we'll have now a silk purse with sequins on it. But what we're looking for is to further enhance what's already being done with our commercial fishing. So I would be greatly in favor of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Josh,
Dave, I'm just curious, for the Tier 1 requirement of a boat length of 22 feet and a 75 horsepower motor, is that, I mean, I don't want to exclude anybody that's currently helping remove Asian carp. Was that just the recommended size based on what they need to?
I think we'll probably find that's really small, actually, because we wanted them to harvest in mass quantities, and if you don't have at least a 22-foot boat, then you're not going to be in the running for what we need. You know, a lot of these guys have boats exceeding 30 feet now.
Okay.
So that's really the minimum, and that's just to keep the folks that aren't going to really be able to meet what we need from even being eligible. We want folks, and it's going to be competitive. So, you know, probably the folks that end up winning this, you know, these first couple slots are, you know, they're going to have much bigger boats than that.
Okay.
And that's what really is required, because you can't put 10,000 pounds of carp in you know, in a 14-foot or 16-foot boat. So that's what's going to be required.
So you want to go ahead? Or we can go with that sequence of questions on that one? Go on. We'll come back.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Moving on to attachment D6. This is 301 KAR 1146, commercial fishing gear. And this simply is a request to define gill net and trammel net in regulation. So it's been determined that creating a legal definition would be helpful for law enforcement for these two types of nets. And so we propose these definitions, and these definitions are derived from a standardized sampling manual published by the American Fisheries Society. And the next attachment is D7, and this is a proposed amendment in 301 KAR 1201. That's our taking of fish by traditional fishing methods regulation. And we just simply propose to define a new lower boundary for walleye and smallmouth bass special regulations that are already in place, but we just need to define the new boundary on the Barren River, since the current boundary is Barren River Lock and Dam 1, and it has been removed this past year. So the proposed new boundary is the mouth of the Barren River, where it meets the Green River. So that would include 15 additional miles of the Barren River main stem in this special regulation, and it would also include all tributaries, which notably includes the Gasper River in that section. The next part of this, there's two parts to this one. We would like to add Yatesville Lake to the, we have added Yatesville Lake to the blue catfish stocking program. So we typically protect these fish with special regulations where we're stocking blue catfish in reservoirs. So we propose that the blue catfish and channel catfish should have a 15 fish daily creel limit in aggregate at Yatesville Lake, and only one fish may be longer than 25 inches. And that's pretty much, that's our standard regulations where we stock blue catfish. They're special regs.
So that's through 8. You're good with all those.
That's through attachment
So
D7.
now, if we have any questions concerning those, if you guys want to point out which one you have a question other than the D5.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have one more. I haven't got through attachment D8 yet.
Yep.
You're right that they both reference Yatesville Lake.
Yeah, okay.
And so this is kind of companion regulation to the previous one about Yatesville Lake. So we're stocking the blue catfish in Yatesville. We're proposing to protect them with traditional fishing methods, special regulations. Attachment D8 is in 301 KAR 1410, and that is the regulation about taking fish by non-traditional fishing methods. So we want to protect those catfish at Yatesville Lake with hand grabbing regulations, special regulations. And so that's what this is. So we propose that there would be a 5 fish in aggregate daily limit on catfish captured by hand grabbing, and only one blue catfish or channel catfish may be longer than 25 inches. And that gets us through all the discussion items for the Fisheries Division.
Okay. So,
Can I ask a question
yeah,
on that one?
yes, sir. Go ahead. That's
Point out,
good.
because one thing before I rolled on the commission. I
So
didn't
you're going to
understand.
ask about D8, so
Yes,
they
sir.
can reference back to which one?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did not know before I rolled on to the commission why we were stocking blue catfish. So can you go over that so everybody knows?
Yeah, we stock blue
Something else.
catfish in a lot of our reservoirs, not just to create a sport fishery, which they do a swell job of that, but they can also control abundant small crappie, and so that is a key characteristic that we use for some of these blue catfish stockings. So they provide a great fishery in some of these reservoirs. The Taylorsville is a notable one nearby here. That we even see blue catfish natural reproduction in some of these. So when we can add a reservoir to the program, it has a lot of multi benefits.
Didn't they also help control zebra mussels?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, you're thinking zebra mussels. Yeah, blue catfish eat zebra mussels as well.
Yeah.
So we like them for that reason.
Thank you, Paul.
Mr. Morgan, do you have something you
No,
want
I'm
to
good, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so are there any questions concerning D2 through D8, other than you've already asked questions about D5? Anybody else have any questions about those?
I got one question.
Okay, go ahead. sir.
Is that the hybrid channel blues or just strictly blues?
This is a straight blue catfish,
Okay.
pure blue catfish.
Because we stock quite a few of the hybrids in the Finns Lakes, correct?
Yes, sir. We stock them in the Finns Lake, and we try to keep. We really are just trying to use the hybrid catfish for the Finns Lakes.
Okay. All right, just wanted-
Other questions about D2 through D8?
Just a clarification on D2.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about explicitly prohibit the possession of live Asian carp, except on the boat in which they just caught them.
Yes. We'll obviously we'll be sure that language it already is in there that they can possess the invasive carp if you're fishing for them, basically.
I just have a quick comment. I've spoken about it before. I think it's ironic that taking catfish by hand grabbing is labeled non-traditional, whereas if we were fishing for crappie with a $3,000 Echo Map GPS Bluetooth enabled linked to Cirrus Fish Finder, that would be considered traditional. But it's just semantic.
Yeah.
I knew where it was headed when you first started.
I take it you don't have one of those in your dealer.
No, I don't.
There's traditionals with rod and reel, and non-traditional is anything other than
I have
rod
a
and
main
reel.
pole. Yeah.
That's a good point. So we'll entertain, gentlemen, a motion concerning moving on to action items D2 through D8, if any of you want to consider that motion.
Chairman Clennard, I'll make that motion
Okay?
that we consider these to be moved on to an action item.
D2 through D8, right?
I would
Okay,
second.
so I have a motion and a second that we move these on. If there's no further questions or discussion, we'll get a vote taken. But again, I want to praise the commission for, they're doing a lot of the homework, so they're eliminating a lot of these questions because they're studying this before they get there. Much thanks to you sending them early and the fact that they're sitting down and studying these more lengthy discussion items. So that's good on both parts. So we have a motion and a second and no further discussion about D2 through 8 being moved on to an action item next time. So Mr. Secretary, would you take a vote concerning those?
I'd love to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows?
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
Good. The next item then on our discussion items is, I believe Deputy Commissioner Clark and maybe Stephen Fields are going to talk about modified special commission permit regulations for 2023. Then if it be the pleasure of, while they're getting situated, the pleasure of the commission, we might, it'll be about 10 o'clock probably when that is, we might declare a 15-minute break and then start the new business after that unless anybody has an objection to it.
That'd be great.
That sounds good. Okay, gentlemen, fire away.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and commission members, good morning. Good to see you all, Commissioner. Thank you for the time to present this and allowing us to moving on to discussion. I know this intuitively or at first glance seems like a counterintuitive or a non-productive step, but I assure you our interest in doing this and my personal interest in doing this is manyfold or manifold. It is one, to try to increase the total earning capacity or funding capacity that organizations that use special commission permits may accrue through the use of those permits, because the special waterfowl permits generally don't, on the whole, don't raise a lot of funds. So that's one concern, is for the end-using organizations that receive these permits. Secondly is for the public, because these permits, unlike the other special commission permits, that is the waterfowl permits, are in competition with the general public or the average hunter who applies for a quota hunt on mainly Ballard WMA, where these special commission permits are requested to be used. They can be used on sloughs or elsewhere, but generally are targeted to the hunters want to go to the prime spot, which is generally Ballard. And so we want to eliminate the competition with the general public hunter because there is that competition. And then finally is a concern for our staff. I wouldn't be doing my job if I'm going to have opportunity to advocate for efficiency, for effectiveness of our staff. And this staff goes from the field level, from the biologists, the technicians, the foremen who are at these areas, Ballard primarily, who are interacting with those general applicants who want a quota hunt, want a waterfowl hunt on the WMA, and then the special permit users who come and want to hunt there as well. But that all the way up to the program coordinator, waterfowl, program coordinator and biologist, our staff attorneys, the wildlife director, the commissioner's office, and sometimes you all who get calls from recipients of these special waterfowl permits who, despite our best efforts, are often confused about the legality of their use. They have difficulties in implementing or using them in the field. In the last week, literally, we have dealt with 3 cases of recipients, folks who have purchased these waterfowl permits from a nonprofit who has awarded them, and they have not been able to use them because of either regulation specifications or because of missteps on their own part. They missed a deadline to apply. They had an unrelated citation. They're therefore not allowed to use this. And so it is with many different benefits or end results in mind that we present this. So I'd like to, for the public as well as for you all, just to be clear, to read what we've written here. It's succinct, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions and elaborate as necessary. So appreciate your forbearance. We do propose to amend 301 KAR 3100, the regulation governing the use of special commission permits that you all award on an annual basis for nonprofits to raise funds for conservation projects in Kentucky. We propose amending this regulation by substituting a limited number initially and then gradually expanding into the future as our bear population expands, but to offer a few, perhaps 3 to 5 bear permits, so those could be used by 3 to 5 organizations in lieu of waterfowl permits, and then eliminating the special commission waterfowl permits for use on WMAs, which again compete with WMA users who apply to quota hunts otherwise. As mentioned before, bear permits offer a much greater fundraising potential because a bonus bear permit to someone who would like to come and chase and harvest or harvest without dogs would be a coveted opportunity to harvest a second bear. And so this would allow for a great premium and again tremendous fundraising opportunity for nonprofits that apply for these special permits. Special commission waterfowl permits have, although they're well intended, and we cast no aspersions on the intentions of the commission in this regard. We believe the commission, when originally this was promulgated, intended to provide a special opportunity. It has created a number of challenges, again, for all the stakeholders that I mentioned, all the way up to the commissioner's office, but including the field staff who have to administer the opportunity for these folks who show up at a WMA. They do effectively set these special commission permit holders in competition with the WMA general quota hunt applicants because they are hunting in a spot in a blind or in a hunting location that otherwise would be available to someone who has applied or shows up to hunt there. So there is that removal of public opportunity to provide this special opportunity, which is different than the other special commission permits for elk and deer and turkey. And so it's unique in that regard alone. There is, as I mentioned, limited fundraising potential. I'm actually going to work with legal and our migratory bird program to produce for you the actual numbers, but we estimate the permit receipts to these nonprofit organizations to be around $200, $250 per permit, which is extremely low, and it's why often a majority of the applicants for the special permits don't even apply for these waterfowl permits, because they know traditionally they don't return a lot. So for their effort in terms of fundraising, it doesn't provide a lot of return on investment. It does create a number of scheduling challenges for the permittees, particularly because Ballard is often flooded. This year we actually have the converse of that. We have drought there, but often Ballard receives flooding, and that occurs during a hunt date or dates weekend when the special commission permit holders have signed up to hunt. And so they want to hunt, but they can't hunt this given year on that scheduled date because of flooding of the area, which again happens routinely almost every year. The Mississippi River will get up and we'll have flooding there. So that is an issue, and then trying to schedule them in subsequent years, which often we have flooding in subsequent years. So they may schedule in a year after they've been deferred and have the same problem. And so this year we actually have folks who have been deferred twice. We have folks going into the third year, and we're trying to get them scheduled to be able to go on a hunt, which again, it sounds pretty simple, but when you get into scheduling 10 of these on one area where you've got high public demand, a lot of people applying, and then they show up to the area, it creates confusion. Most of the public are not aware these permits exist, and so when someone comes in to the area office and they're going to go out to their blind, people wonder why they're getting a step ahead. They're getting into a spot, before them when they've applied, or they're standing up to be a standby hunter. So despite our best efforts, there is still, and we communicate directly with these permittees as soon as they obtain the special commission permit for waterfowl, still year after year a lot of confusion. And we regret that. Again, we know the intentions for this permit were good, but all things considered, we believe the substitution of bear as a special opportunity would be a great way to provide these nonprofit organizations with a greater fundraising capacity, again, without competing with the public for these limited blind or hunting spots on Ballard particularly, but on other WMAs. So there are a few cleanup items that we'd like to do as well. Welcome Stephen to comment to those if you all would like. Those are likely less controversial because we'd have no perception of a reduced opportunity here, but basically those would include removing the requirement for a permittee's date of birth to be supplied. We already have that if we have their license. Require the submission of special commission permit applications via email or online. As you all know, we often have applicants who apply for these special commission permits, waterfowl or any of the others, who they miss some component, they forget to include in their application packet a required component, and therefore they're not eligible. They're excluded from consideration. That's something we'd like to do. We get that electronically, then we have a definite record, and there's no confusion. We can show them what we received. They can show us what they sent, and we can say, okay, what you all have, what you sent matches what we received. And if there's an issue, we can resolve it much more tangibly or much more efficiently than someone saying, well, we're certain we include this in our packet, when in actuality we never receive it. So that it takes care of that administrative challenge. And again, these are separate from the waterfowl permit, but there are cleanup items we'd like to perform in the amendment to the regulation. We'd also like to require annual reports be submitted via email or online similarly, instead of those being mailed, and there could be an issue with mail delay or something like that. And the final two items we'd like to clean up, reduce the disqualification period from 2 years to 1 year for failing to timely submit an annual report. So trying to bear with these organizations who are working to meet the requirements of the special commission permit applications and not disqualifying them for what could have been an inadvertent, missing a deadline for submitting the report, and reducing that barring from 2 years to 1 year for them to be able to apply again. And then finally, amend the requirements for submitting hunter information to avoid penalizing organizations who sell a permit but are unable to obtain the necessary hunter information from the hunter prior to the submission deadline. So in other words, if the hunter doesn't comply with the requirements of the permit of the regulation, we don't want to penalize the organization because they're trying to do their due diligence and they can't control the hunter's action. So again, those just good faith efforts to clean up the regulation and make it more efficient, and also to help both the applicant as well as our legal staff who receive and review these. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have. Again, appreciate your bearing with us on this. It seems like counterintuitive. Why would we want to take away an opportunity? And for all the reasons mentioned before, we believe this is in the best interest of all the stakeholders, including the general public, hunters who are vying for these waterfowl spots, coveted spots on WMAs, and sometimes may wait multiple years to do that. We want to honor their trying to pursue that opportunity and protecting that public opportunity. We also want to value and make efficient our staff use of time on dealing with these. So with that, we'll open it up for questions. And if you have any legal specific questions, Stephen's here to try to help with those.
I've heard from my constituents on this issue of not eliminating this waterfowl permit, and a fair amount of feedback on it. Got some organizations that use these permits and have had great success with their fundraising. And I guess my first reaction to eliminating it, I understand some of the issues, or I understand the issues, and I know they're there, but how can we change the permit to alleviate some of the issues that it causes, maybe limit it to be used in a 2-year period, or rather than eliminate it completely, reduce it to 5 permits. Since we're adding the bear, that would cut the issue in half. But only those organizations that have had success with this, and I don't just in discussion here, questions is, have we considered that rather than to eliminate something completely that our partners in the field that are accomplishing the same things we want to accomplish can continue to use those permits and have success with their fundraising. They're valuable to some organizations, but not necessarily all. So that would be a consideration that I would think before we move it on to an action item, we consider options to make the permit usable to those who would use it.
What year was the waterfowl permit established?
We know that.
You know that is
Off the cuff. He is not. John Grunge is, he would probably have to look back at the rig. And
More than 10 or 15?
It's been there as long as I can
Yes, sir.
remember.
Probably at least 50.
I can't remember
Yeah,
it not
so-
being on there.
I kind of echo Ralph's comments. I think we should enhance the experience, and if we want to add bears, add 5 bears for 2 years and then take it to 10, or, I mean, that's when we decide how many permits before we issue those. But I would much rather enhance the process and fix what's wrong instead of just doing away with it.
Yeah, I echo that. I've had some organizations reach out and they like it, and I think some of them are very good at it. For $250, if you go anywhere outside the state and have a good hunt, you're paying that per gun per day. So if some organizations are not raising it, then maybe we can help facilitate how we can generate more revenue for them, and then reduce the headaches on their end and the user experience.
There's a couple of comments I have. One, $250 may not seem like a lot to somebody that lives in a city, but I'm a member of the LBL Sportsman's Club. We've got about 20 members that attend on average each meeting, and $250 would allow us to do one of the things that we do quite frequently, which is take about 20 kids on a squirrel hunt. And so I just want to say the amount of money is relative. The second thing I'd like to say, most of the problems, and I'm fairly aware of what some of the problems are, I think communication would get rid of a lot of the problems. I think a lot of the folks that have bought these special permits don't know the situation, like if the water's not there, that they won't be able to hunt, that if there's too much water, they might not be able to hunt. I think just simply having them read and sign a piece of paper that addresses some of the issues that could arise would go a long way to getting rid of the problems. Communication's almost always the answer. But regarding taking them away all the time, I consider Ballard County Wildlife Management Area to be a bright light. And you don't want to light a light and spend $2 million a year on a place and then put it under a bushel basket. So I would strongly say that I would like to keep these permits.
What's the cost to send a kid to camp? $250, and that's what these cost. And so if the foundation got one, that's a kid to camp. And so my thing is just looking at it, I think it's an easy solution. If they can send one kid to camp that's dealing with opioid issues at their home, these little hoops we're running through, if we can't perfect them, it still seems to be worth it in my book.
I have one more comment, and relates to the other provisions that in this discussion item on the email submission. I applaud that. I think it's tremendous that we would move to a system where those people that we deal with would never have to worry that they didn't complete it right, they didn't send it, and depend on the U.S. mail and the time lag that can occur there. I think that's a great move. The annual report in a standardized form submitted online, so great move. Those are all things that help our organizations and our nonprofits out there to utilize these. And these permits, this special commission permits that we give out each year are vitally important, and us improving the process is only going to be a great benefit for us and to them in how they operate and how they make it smooth. So I really applaud that, and thank you for moving to do that.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Morrison.
I'd just like to echo the sentiments by the other commissioners. Number one, if we can take this item and make more opportunities for the sportsmen, and we can make the opportunities they have better, and we can streamline this process, man, that's a win-win-win, isn't it? So I think we can do a little tweaking here, and this will be a good deal.
Do you anticipate, or other states do these commission-type tags, would you anticipate what a bear tag would get? So if it's averaging around $200 for a waterfowl, do you have any idea what it might raise on the average for a bear tag? Anybody else doing it? Any Tennessee doing it? West Virginia doing it? Anybody else commission-wise?
Some states have or are looking at, actually based off of our model.
I just wonder what kind of money is they're thinking about generating with that tag.
That's a good question. It depends on the approach as to how the funds are raised. Some organizations that receive these will do like a raffle or that kind of an approach where the individual only pays a small amount and then goes into a pool, and then there's a drawing. And others, it's an outright sale, so it might be an auction, or it might be if they identify an individual that is interested year after year, they may just go to that individual and say, if you'll donate, for this permit, we'll sell it to you. It's difficult to say. I know for elk, obviously that's a premium. Elk and deer permits are thousands, so I would anticipate it would be substantial, because we're talking about a small number, a premium bonus, like the deer and elk and turkey would be a bonus animal. So it would be, I think it could potentially drive some significant fundraising.
One more time, Ralph. I believe by the rules you're supposed to have two times you're supposed to be acknowledged for discussion. We're a little over that.
Okay, well then.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say maybe the introduction of the bear permits, which again I applaud and think is a great idea. Once those get out and the organizations have great success with that and we can increase the amount, maybe we address this issue at a later time. But to eliminate it completely, no, not it.
Okay.
That's all
Mr.
the
Chairman?
comment.
Yes, sir.
Would it be proper for me to make a motion to add the bears and keep the waterfowl at this time?
That's not an action item yet. You can make a motion to pass this on
Okay.
to an action item, and then when that action item comes, to modify that, but it would be considered an action item now. So all we want to do at this point is either table this or go ahead and pass it on to an action item and then modify whatever action you want to at that time.
Okay, I make a motion, we move it on.
I have a motion, move it on, and a second.
Yes, sir.
And a second. If there's no, I've got a legal discussion here.
If we may, just to, since we're at the discussion now, if we're moving to action next time, as was being discussed today, there's possibility of adding bear, leaving waterfowl, maybe limiting waterfowl to 5 or so. If waterfowl does remain, we would like to recommend some changes to the system as was discussed to clarify some of the issues, possibly limit the number of deferrals, and just to clarify in the reg a bit better what they're getting for their
But you could
money.
bring that at the time of the action item, right?
Yes, I just thought since we were discussing it, it'd be worth mentioning it.
And it might be good
Rather
to
than-
send that out prior to, so they
Right.
can study that prior to the action taken on that item.
Let's say it's pretty good
But
consensus
at this
on
point,
that's the
I
desire of the
think
commission.
going on to an action item, then clear up some of these things that both, and it's been good discussion that the commissioners have done and that you all have added, might be able to make this amenable to about everybody. So I have a motion and a second. Are we done with discussion? And let's put to a vote whether or not we pass on item D9 on to an action item next time.
Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows?
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
Motion carries. It is now almost 10:15. If we can, if it's good with the commission, I'd like to declare a break for about 15 minutes, come back at 10:30, resume on new business items. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all for all being prompt to get back. Sometimes that 15-minute break can turn into a 25-minute break, but thank you all for being here in a timely fashion, or back in a timely fashion. Our first new business item, and remember, I want to reiterate again that unless there's a motion of objection or a motion to table, all new business items will automatically be moved to a discussion item for the next meeting. So the first one is on hunting on conservation camp properties. Gabe Jenkins, and I believe the commissioner may want to have a few words about that too. Commissioner Jenkins.
Well, I wasn't totally transparent with Dr. Kleiner while I was going to sit here, but I'm sitting next to the chairman today, and it's his birthday. And I know there's nowhere he'd rather be on Friday morning than here with us. And I just want to wish you a happy birthday, and I hope this year's a blessing to you.
At my age, the celebration is just making it to the next year.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the well wishes. So.
Well, all the best. I just wanted to say that.
Thank
and
you.
I'm not going to sing, but do you want to?
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, boy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Chairman. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe this is about the third or fourth birthday that I've celebrated here in Frankfort instead of at home, but I will probably celebrate tonight. But I think we need to go down on the record of my saying that was out of order. That was not part of our agenda. That was not on new business or a discussion item. But thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Now, yes, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Commissioner. I kind of like to say that Deputy Commissioner Jenkins. I think by now everybody knows that he has been appointed the Deputy Commissioner along with Mr. Clark. So he's able to take maybe some of the weight off Mr. Clark and help the Commissioner. So congratulations on your new appointment. And you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm not sure I can top that singing, but I will do my best. I won't be singing for y'all. So just briefly for the first one that I have for you today, on behalf of the Information Education Division, we're requesting to create a new regulation that would allow for special hunting on our 3 conservation camps. Those camps are bona fide state public property, and in order to do so, in order to have hunting on public property, we have to spell that out in regulation. So that's what we're asking for permission to do so. These hunts will be a mentor style youth and or adult hunts that will be sponsored through mainly the I&E division, but open to all agency events. But they will all be, the concept is mentored hunts with our supervision.
Any questions about that? I think it's a great idea. No legal issues with that?
No, sir.
Allowing them to hunt on the state property?
Yep, they're state property, just like
Now,
we
is
would
that
on a
core,
WMA.
is that state or some of that core?
So most of it is core, but we lease and we have the rights to hunt. So that's the.
Good. So that's a new business item, no questions about it. Of course, it'll be moved on to discussion. Very good. Oh, you have a question, a comment.
I was going to make the motion that we move it.
Well, we don't have to make, remember,
Oh,
for
we
new
don't?
business, it
Okay.
automatically goes unless you all protest and want to table, indefinitely table something, or you have a motion against moving it on. So it automatically, from new business to discussion, is going to go automatically unless you all object. Okay, I think that's it. The second is commercial guide license and licensing tags and permit fees. You have that too, Commissioner, I think.
Yes, sir, I do. So on behalf of the Commissioner's Office and a variety of divisions, this is a joint request for update and change of the commercial guide license and complementary to the license tag and permit fees. So we have a large team looking at the commercial guide license and process by which we give these permits. We've taken a hard look at all the different aspects of it within the divisions on the request of information that we received of them, information related to where the commercial guide is working, both on the water and hunting. And so this work group has met a handful of times, and it is our intention that any potential change that we might request be implemented by the 2024 season. And in order for us to do so, we needed to get it on the agenda today for that three-step process. So essentially, we're asking for this to be a new business item, and we will have all of our requests fleshed out and provided as a discussion item and before our next meeting for you all to review and ask us any questions. But, you know, we kind of had these initial discussions early with everything else going on. We want to make sure we get this right and the requests from all the different divisions and enforcement on this request. So more to come on this one, but it is our intent to bring you all a handful of changes related to the commercial guide operations.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I comment?
Sure.
Well, I'm glad you're doing this because this is probably one of the most, I am contacted more on this particular thing than most. There's a lot of people concerned about this, and I'm really glad you're taking a look at it.
Well, we appreciate that, and we hear that as well. It's been a handful of years since we looked into the commercial guides, and that entity is increasing, and we want to make sure that it's done correctly and it's not making an impact on the resource. And so that's our goal. And just a lot of different parts. A lot of our biologists are requesting information on the take and where they're working, just so they can understand that, because not all the animals that they pursue are checked. So getting a feel for some of that harvest info as well.
Yeah, I just have a comment on that because this is one thing that has been brought up over and over again. I think as a department we have to look at other ways of generating revenue, and I think we have to keep looking to make sure everybody's paying their fair share. So I'm not going to ask about the cost. I think the license is very minimal right now.
Correct.
Just when it's brought back, and kind of the proposal is that they're paying their share. Is what I would ask.
Absolutely, and part of this is we will be reviewing a lot of the western states on how they do those things, their cost fees, and there's not as many in the east that have oversight on guides or specify that in regulations. So we'll take a good hard review of what's out there now and where we can work in and come to you all through a good request, hopefully.
Good. Thank you. No other comments? Okay, the next item up on new business is Dave Dreves, modified water bodies open to commercial fishing, and then the one after that is his. The first one of those gentlemen is NB3. You'll look in your catalog, it's NB3. Mr. Dreves, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're on attachment NB3. The next two business items, NB3 and 4, are requests to amend a couple of the commercial fishing related regulations, which are 301 KAR 150, waters open to commercial fishing, and 301 KAR 155, the commercial fishing requirements. So to simplify enforcement, we're proposing to close a number of water bodies to commercial fishing that have either no use or very low use in the last decade. And we're also proposing a new boundary on the Green River waters open to commercial fishing due to the removal of lock and dams 5 and 6. And second part of that, we also would like to expand the areas where existing trophy catfish regulations would be in place for commercial fishers. So we propose placing these same limits on all waters open to commercial fishing, with the exception of the main stem Ohio River downstream to Candleton Lock and Dam, which has separate regulations. This change would simplify regulations, provide more clarity, and aid in enforcement. And then the last item related to commercial fishing is while we have 155 open, we need to submit a corrected copy of the monthly report of commercial fish harvest in Kentucky document. So it's incorporated by reference in there. It had an error on it in the printed copy, and we need to correct that error and resubmit it.
Okay.
And the water bodies that we're closing are down there on your list, and then I'll just mention Barren River, Licking River, Rough River, Trade Water River, Salt River, Eagle Creek, Highland Creek, North Fork Kentucky River, South Fork Kentucky River, and Panther Creek. And so we propose to close all those waters to open that will no longer be open to commercial fishing. Again, these have had some of them have no use, and others have had very little use in the last 10 years.
Which one of those would you say has the highest use of those that you've listed?
Of those that we listed to close, I would say that maybe Barren River, it's been fished 3 times in the last decade. The last time was 2017.
Okay.
And it includes very minimal amount of Barren River.
If I may, when they have commercial fishermen on these waters, what species are they targeting? Is it
They're targeting buffalo, catfish, carp. Those are the main fish, paddlefish. So
all rough fish, pretty much?
Yes,
So-
rough fish is the only thing.
Is they using nets?
Nets, trot lines, slap baskets, various methods are legal for commercial fishing.
When you see all these jugs out, are those commercial fishermen or?
They may be marking nets, if they're, depends on what, you may be seeing jugs that are just a jug line, or you may be seeing jugs that are marking nets.
So if they catch a smallmouth or largemouth, do they throw them back?
They must be released by regulation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
We discussed this in committee.
Yes, sir.
Didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's a really good idea. I think this is a good thing we're doing here, and I don't think that the commercial people are going to miss these bodies of water, and I think it'll be good for them.
Yes, sir. Thanks
So
for
I
pointing that
recommend
out.
moving it right on.
Ohio River Working Group did discuss all these regulations, and we're good with it. Mr. Morgan and Mr. Lillard.
And there were commercial fishermen in that working group.
Mr. Greaves, I deer hunted near the Tradewater River and saw it this year. There are places you could walk across it. I can't imagine that someone could commercial fish there.
Yes, sir. It was only open to Highway 365 bridge near Sturgis, so it wasn't very much the Tradewater River that was even open to begin with. So a lot of these sections we're closing are just a few miles that were open.
Just a point, if I may. I've heard from my constituents on this issue of transport and possession limits, not touched on here, and just want to bring it to the attention that I'm hearing concerns about the 4 and 40 and the take of the fish under 35 being excessive. So those are things that are of concern, and in this new business item, they're not addressed or touched on. So,
You talking about big catfish?
yeah,
Go ahead.
trophy catfish.
Yes, sir. We certainly hear from the commercial fishermen, the cat fishermen, recreational cat fishermen, that they're concerned about those things. What we've done, and as you probably know, these regulations have been addressed several times over the last decade plus, and right now we're trying to strike that balance to try to satisfy recreational fishermen, satisfy the commercial folks that are making a living on these type of activities, and so we don't have the biological data that shows us that the catfish are declining, and we have fairly robust data from the last 10 years. We admittedly don't have data that we love as well, older trend data, so 10 years and beyond. Prior to the last 10 years, our data is not as robust. So, but anyway, our catfish biologist, Jay Harrella, he works on the Ohio River and inland rivers as well. He collects a host of data with trot line sampling, electrofishing sampling, and hoop net sampling, and to try to get the best picture that we can get. Again, we have really good data here in the last 10 years. We're doing Asian growth this year and next year again that helps us calculate mortality. So, we're not seeing increased mortality from what we have, where we have good data. And again, admittedly, we don't have great data prior to that to be able to compare to what it was, say, 20 years ago. And that's just fact of the matter.
Any other comments?
I had a comment.
Go ahead.
I did, and we all received numerous comments from cat fishermen about, supporting of this to help, increase the abundance of trophy-sized fish. Typically, I'm fly fishing, but when I'm not, I'm using the circle hook for catfish. So I enjoy, catfish, and I like catching big ones. My biggest was at Sandy Cooper Reservoir, so it was a fun time down there several years ago. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is it's, catfish is considered like a rough fish right now. However, we've got a lot of regulations for catfish and size of catfish. It seems to me like it's, more of a sport fish than a rough fish. So, I applaud that you guys are coming with us to help, do a better job of maintaining the species and to allow those opportunities for people. I just was thinking maybe potentially we could look at that even further as far as classification of the species itself. And then secondly, I'm just wondering, out of the waters that we have the commercial fishing happening in, we're stocking those waters, I believe, with catfish, aren't we?
No, we don't stock very many places where we have commercial fishing. For example, we stock the Kentucky River after the fish kill.
Sure.
But we're not really stocking catfish in the places where we have commercial fishing.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thanks.
Do you want to go ahead with your next?
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much both items there that we talked about. Again, the second item on NB4 is basically we have regulations on blue and flathead catfish of one of each species over 35 per day and one channel catfish over 28 inches per day. And that's on recreational anglers right now statewide. And this proposal would make it that same regulation statewide for commercial fishers with the exception of the main stem of the Ohio River downstream of Carrollton Lock and Dam. And that concession was made in previous times due to our data showing that catfish populations or catfish in general grow a little bit faster downstream of Carrollton, and there's probably better populations down there. And so there's some concessions there to allow a little bit more harvest below Carrollton.
Okay. So your informational update on the fisheries definitions?
Okay.
You want to do that one? I said a minute ago, do you want to go on to your next?
I'm sorry.
I meant for your informational update. If we
Gotcha. I didn't know that. We're moving on from those last of the discussion or the discussion items.
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, the new business
informational
items.
update that you have that for us.
And I have one informational update.
Okay.
And so the next item is the informational update regarding the consolidation of fisheries definitions in Chapter 1. So this is something that's long been needed. Ms. Gilbert has discussed this with the Legislative Resource Commission, and they are extremely supportive of this effort. And so basically what we have currently is we have definitions in each individual regulation throughout Chapter 1. And so what we'd like to do is we'd like to duplicate all the current definitions into one regulation to be filed and initiate a new regulation in Chapter 1 that's the definition regulations. So we won't change any definition. We're just letting you all know that we want to duplicate the definitions in one place, and then whenever we open a reg to address whatever issue, and then we file it, we'll remove the definitions from that reg because it'll already be in place in the definitions reg. So for example, once we file this and we're going to open this invasive carp reg 152 through this discussion item today, we'll open it as an action item next commission meeting. When we file that definition, we'll file that regulation, we'll remove the Asian carp language in there, because right now Asian carp are defined in that regulation as the 4 species that are invasive. Well, These days, everybody has decided to call them invasive carp, and so we would remove that definition, and we call them invasive carp in the definitions reg. So just simply creating a duplication of the definitions, and it just assure you, gentlemen, in no case would we create a new definition without bringing it here to be approved by the commission membership.
Can I speak?
Yes,
I
sir.
have a slight concern about that because one of the ways they're trying to market the Asian carp is commercially for people to consume, to eat. In fact, it's available in a restaurant in my district in Paducah, Kentucky. And my concern is what the public perception if they were eating invasive carp. I think Illinois has come up with a totally new name for them that they are calling them. I don't even know that I like that name, but I'm just a little bit concerned that we would endorse something of that nature where the folks that are trying to sell these and make a living through selling them might be shot in the foot by something that we would do.
Yeah. We pretty much.
I agree they are invasive.
Yeah. We pretty much, the standard language these days is it's been adopted by the federal government agencies, is invasive carp. We've adopted that already on our websites and whatnot. So I think it's just getting accustomed to a different language. Yeah, the COPE term that Illinois coined is something that, we're basically, when we manage invasive carp, we're dealing with them from the biological standpoint. So we don't really have reason to use the COPE term, but certainly the marketers, I would encourage them to use the term COPE.
I was thinking maybe Kentucky trout.
Kentucky trout.
I want to second
Mr. Chairman, I've done a
because
Don't throw trout in there.
I want to second the sentiment. I think as a department, we should look at that because most of those industries that have been successful, if you look at the cattle industry, Angus beef, I've had lots of different cows and some are better than Angus in my personal opinion. But it was marketing that drove people to prefer that and I think if we could come up and support some of these industries, that's how you're going to feed that it's acceptable. And so I would highly encourage us to try to come up with something else and push and promote that and post to invasive. I think he is spot on with that because until a market is created that's not got a negative perception, people are not going to buy into it.
Can I say something? Mr. Morgan's next.
I just want to say that since Mr. Greaves has taken over fisheries, he's done an excellent job. You have. You've done a really good job. And you've been very forthcoming with the commission, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the hard work you've done. That's all I have.
Mr. Farrell.
My question is, are these, the way we're talking here, are these fish here to stay?
The invasive carp are probably here to stay. That they're established.
The Kentucky salmon are here to stay.
So we're saying Kentucky Lake is never going to be the same again?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I'm actually quite optimistic that we're going to be able to manage these species at a level where they won't be detrimental. We have a real opportunity with the barriers that are being placed. We have one that's being tested right now at Barkley. So basically, they're not reproducing in the lakes currently. They're reproducing in the Ohio River and the Tennessee Cumberland Rivers downstream, and then they're moving into the lakes. So yeah, where we can contain them, and they're not reproducing, and we have commercial fishing to target them with. We have these subsidies that promote the commercial fishing for them. I'm quite optimistic that we can manage them to a level where they're not detrimental to the sportfish population.
Right. Other than Kentucky and Barkley, where else are they?
They're really dense populations in the Ohio River downstream of Louisville, and so that's the main places. And they've moved in the tributaries up to the first dam that they can't get past. They'll inhabit those tributaries as well. So yeah, they're well established in a wide part of the state.
Also the Mississippi River.
Yes, yeah, up and down the Mississippi River, all the way up to, obviously, they're concerned about getting them into the Great Lakes.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Josh.
Yes, I've been part of or working with groups on Asian carp for a long time, ever since they first came around. And one thing I think that will really help is if people understand, the silver carp, they're really good eating. I would compare them probably to like, a flounder or a white, like a flaky fish. It's going to basically take on anything that you cook it with, and it is just really, really good to eat. I put it right up there, with like a
salmon,
not necessarily a salmon, but like a halibut or something of that nature.
I'm trying, guys. We got to do something. It's all about marketing.
The consistency of the meat is very much like a halibut, and it will take on any flavor that you cook it with. It's really excellent, and I think if people just gave that opportunity, then they're going to want that more than they're going to want like a walleye, for instance. I would think it's a really good eating fish. Have you ever eaten it?
I have not, sir. I'm gonna try it.
That's great. So the state, back when Ron Brooks was running the department, brought up some of it for us. We purchased it for a group that I hang out with, the Northern Kentucky Fly Fishers, and we had a cook-off where we actually had catfish and Asian carp, and then we let people vote on what they liked the most, and the Asian carp won hands down. We did it like 2 times or something. They're a little bit difficult to clean, so there's some instruction on the webpage that you can see, because they got that Y bone in them, so you can't just fillet them like a normal fish. But really excellent table fare, and
well, I think we've allotted enough time for Mr. Lillard's new restaurant he's going to open. But are you pretty much done with what you? Because I'd like to move on if we can to small game migratory birds. If there's no other comments about that, we wore you out a little bit. Thank you, Dave. Next, about the small game migratory bird program, I think John Brunges, Zach Danks, and Cody Roden, all three of
No, yes, sir. I was just going to provide that. Introduce these folks.
Okay, good. Go ahead. You go ahead and introduce them. I just called the name, so you fire away, sir.
That means he's leaving you on your own.
Yeah, I think he just left you. You've been deserted, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Cody Roden. I'm the Small Game Program Coordinator for the Wildlife Division. This is Zach Danks, the Grouse and Turkey Program Coordinator. So first of all, thanks so much for the opportunity to talk with you all today. I know we don't have too much time allotted, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So we have 2 course ways to get our finger on the pulse of the quail population in Kentucky, with a huge disclaimer. So both of these indices I'm going to show you lack statistical power. So the simplistic question of how many quail are there in the state now or have been at a certain point in time is harder to answer than for a species like elk or turkey or something like that. We simply don't have as many data points as those other taxa. And so, but as we can see here, this is from our hunter cooperator logs since 2000. As you can see, we're looking at a precipitous decline. And here we have a little bit more robust of a data set, our rural mail carrier survey, and this goes all the way back to 1960. And there's 3 points I like to make with this chart. The first of which we're looking at a precipitous decline. Also quail and rabbits to a lesser extent kind of oscillate in these big 7-year cycles through time. And the, oh yes.
What's your quantity number on both slides on the left-hand scale?
Oh yes, thank you for asking. I apologize for this. So on the y-axis we have quail flushed per hour, and on the x-axis we have time.
So is that line 1? Each line 1 or 2, or what is that?
It's down to the 0.01, and so essentially, lower densities of animals flushed per hour. It takes about, right now in 2021, it probably takes about 4 hours to flush one covey of quail on average throughout the state, including the best private land, the worst private land, the best public land, and the worst public land. Good question.
Same on both. 0.01.
This is 0.01. This one is going to be like 0.001. And so this is a little bit harder to conceptualize. This is quail per 100 miles, quail observed per 100 miles. And essentially we just transform those data so they're a little bit more logical to comprehend. And this survey is done in the last full week of July. Rural mail carriers, between 650 and 800 rural mail carriers in the state of Kentucky, drive around and just tell us how many quail and rabbits they saw in the state. And we transform that value into quail observed per 100 miles. So again, it's a little bit harder to conceptualize versus how many quail you're going to flush in a given hunt. But again, as you can see, it's a good coarse index of the quail population through time. A couple of points. The larger drops in this graph are from bad winter weather the year before. So if we have another winter like we did in the late 70s, today we have much fewer quail to lose at this point in time, and we'd probably be looking at localized extirpations. Secondly, the department, KDFWR, released 3.5 million pin-reared birds during this time, and as you can see, it did not really make a difference through time. And so program staff, again, this is back to rural mail carrier survey, zooming in on the last 20-odd years. Program staff knew of this decline, and so they jumped into action in 2008. So in 2008, the Road to Recovery was pinned, and so this was a statewide quail recovery plan. It was supposed to last for 10 years, and so we did a halftime report in 15 and a final report in 2020, which I believe you all have in your packets. And first of all, huge kudos to those that participated in this, that are here today, people like Ben Robinson. This was a massive undertaking. Unfortunately, I do not have a lot of time to get into what went into this, but I will mention one part of it, which is these quail focus areas. And so part of this plan was to go out and generate 6 quail focal areas across the state where we monitored both habitat management and bird numbers, amongst a couple other things. And so here's the result of that monitoring. So as you can see here on the left, northern bobwhite actually increased through time on our quail focus areas, along with this whole suite of other grass and shrubland obligate non-game species that we don't hunt or fish for, or hunt for. And so, you know, a really important point here is within the state, within the southeast, and within the eastern United States, all of these species of animal were declining precipitously over this 10-year period. And on our quail focus areas, at worst, we stabilized them. And so success, right? We were successful in stabilizing the quail population. Well, not really. If we go back and look at the rural mail carrier survey, we're still witnessing a decline over the same quail plan years, 2008 to 2020. So next logical question is why? And it's, in hindsight, it's a little bit more simple than it might sound, but this is the state of Kentucky. This dot represents the acreage that we were able to manage on the quail focal areas. This larger dot represents all the public land in the state of Kentucky. This includes stuff that's probably never going to be quail habitat, things like the Daniel Boone National Forest, county parks, city parks, everything. This pink color is the private lands in the state of Kentucky, of which 93% of Kentucky is privately owned, or 23 million acres. And so here's Graves County. So while our biologists, our regional and field staff were grinding on the quail focus areas, generating a lot of quail habitat, and birds along with it, we were losing a lot of ground on the private lands in the state. Again, this is Graves County, and this map is a little busy, but essentially this is just a color-coded map of the land cover. So we have green, which is forest, yellow, which is grassland, orange, which is essentially row crop, and red, which is developed. So this is 2009 when we started the quail plan. And so as we go from 2009, I'm going to show you 2019. Keep your eyes kind of in the southern half of the county. So right now in 2009, this is actually kind of a quaily landscape, right? We have row crop broken up with that yellow, so we have orange broken up with yellow, grassland, or herbaceous areas. As we go to 2019, we have more of this monotypic ag landscape. And this landscape here is much better for not only quail, but pretty much all other wildlife species. This is not really good for anything, right? So we have a lot more of this monotypic ag and development that's taken over in our state. So what's the answer, right? Well, the answer is going to be having more of these conversations, more of these tailgate conversations with private landowners, especially production private landowners. And so moving forward, the program is going to really study, or we have studied the 10-year plan, and we're going to use what we learned and apply it to the Kentucky landscape. So we're going to do things like this, like trying to push private landowners, private production landowners to graze native plants, like generate content like this brochure, put up billboards, communicate with our private production landowners. We're also going to try to increase the relevancy of private lands conservation, not only in the state and the region, but this is actually, this Wildlife Society Bulletin is an international journal that we penned an entire special issue on. And also we're going to go back, the focal area concept was successful, and so we're going to go back to that, but instead of putting them on our public lands, we're going to try to use focal areas on private production lands. Like this one is in Madison County, which represents a lot of grazing land we have in the state. And so I'd be remiss if I was to stand up here or sit up here and talk to you all about quail in the state without mentioning some of our really premier public lands. And so when someone calls me and wants to chase birds on public land, these are kind of the 2 top spots I show them. So Peabody WMA in western Kentucky, these individuals out there are really crushing it as far as quail habitat. They manage almost 1,000 acres, or 5% of the total area on the Sinclair unit. And so as you can see, you know, this is what quail habitat looks like, right? We have a lot of open land with shrubland mixed in, and then this map is another color-coded map of land cover. And it's not really important to know what each color means, but just notice how all the different colors are next to each other. It's broken up across the landscape. This is a quaily landscape. And so we're also still doing monitoring on Peabody WMA, monitoring quail as well as those other non-game species. And we're doing some harvest management, which I'll touch on here in a second. And so the second area I like to mention is Clay WMA, which is actually in the northeast part of the state. And so Clay is a little bit different than Peabody. As you can see in this map, it's a lot more forested. And so the managers out of Clay are really doing a lot of good timber management, which Zach will talk a lot about for grouse. But timber management can be really good for quail, opening up some of those closed canopy forests, burning in those forests, and getting more herbaceous ground cover. Also invasive species management and harvest management as well. So I mentioned the harvest management a couple times. So we have a mandatory check-in, check-out system on 3 WMAs in the state. 3 upland WMAs, Peabody, Clay, and Rockcastle River WMA. And so essentially, hunters are required to check in with this hang tag and answer a suite of questions, one of which is rate the habitat you hunted in. And so here we have this pie chart, which, let me just pause for a second. This pie chart represents a whole lot of work by our regional and field staff to transform these areas into quail habitat. Quail management is not easy. If we just walked away from these areas, most of the state of Kentucky wants to go to trees, right? And so these people are out there working day in, day out to keep these areas open and in a grassland or shrubby context. And so here we have, if the individual harvested a quail, they rated the habitat as great or okay 97% of the time, with 3% rating it as poor. And so if we back up and look at this in the context of other hunter satisfaction studies, this is completely off the charts. I mean, 97% of our sports people, if they harvested a quail, are 97% satisfied with the habitat they hunted in. But let's check it out if they did not harvest a quail. So as you can see, the satisfaction drops a little bit, but again, going back to other studies with other fauna and in other areas and stuff like that, generally speaking, if a sports person left the field empty-handed, their satisfaction rate would drop by 30%. Here, the satisfaction rate dropped by a mere 7%. So again, this is huge for our quail focus areas. This is really big. Again, huge kudos to our regional and field staff for transforming their areas and putting it in a condition where even if an individual did not harvest a quail, they still had a good experience on those areas because it was the habitat they were hunting in. And so with that, I know that was kind of a whirlwind. I think we'll take questions at the end of Zach's. Is that correct? Or you want to go now?
That's good to me.
Yeah, keep moving
Yeah.
on.
So I will hand it over to Zach for the grouse update.
All right, good morning, folks. I'll start out with grouse just by making a point I try to make all the time, which is that what we do for grouse benefits so many other critters, from up and game and deer that our hunters pursue to the Kentucky wild non-game species like the pretty scarlet tanager you see here. All right, like Cody talked about for quail, with grouse, we index the population with hunter cooperator surveys. We've done this for many years. So this graph, like he showed, is flushes per hour. Unfortunately, we're looking at a long-term decline for grouse in Kentucky, but we're not alone. Nearby states like West Virginia, Virginia, Ohio, all the way up to Pennsylvania and New York have seen the same trend we have. They may be in a slightly different place, but basically the trend is the same. It's not good. Hunters tell us that it's predators. We know it's predators. Most mortality in rough grouse comes from predators. So what we can do is provide them the best chance possible with good quality habitat, like the picture in the middle. This is from Morgan County in 2017, 5 years after tornadoes ripped through that area. And the day we hunted there, we moved 7 birds in 2 hours, which is pretty good for Kentucky if you know anything about grouse hunting here. So we're looking at a long-term loss of habitat. And so I'm going to focus on what I'm going to call young forest. So when we look at forestry data, young forest is the saplings age size class of timber. And what you're seeing here is change in sapling cover through the decades. In the 70s, more than a quarter of eastern Kentucky was in this young stage of growth. I mean, that is a lot. And that fueled grouse habitat for the next few decades. But where we're at now is much lower, this 10% level. So that's important. We're basically not replenishing grouse habitat like we need to be. we're growing timber at more than twice the rate we're cutting timber or trees are dying naturally. Again, Kentucky is not alone. And across the central hardwoods and the Appalachians, most of the forests in all these states are 40 to 80, 90 years old. That's not grouse habitat, which is down here 5, 15, 20 years. Okay. So grouse need young forest, but it needs to be in the right place. The stuff on the left that you can't hardly move through that protects grouse needs to be adjacent to bigger woods where grouse go to nest and forage, beech nuts and things like that. So it's a complex of different habitat types. Now, you may also know that we go out in the springtime and we listen for drumming grouse to help us track the population. And another thing that we're trying to do is understand where current young forest cover is. So what I'm going to talk about here is how the two come together. I want to direct your attention to this tornado path that whipped through Morgan County, mostly Morgan County in 2012. What I'm showing you here is a map of that tornado path from remote sensing data that shoots lasers down from airplanes and measures the height of vegetation. So we're able to see exactly where potential grouse habitat exists. The brighter colors, that red and yellow, is young forest. And so then we can take it, and that image on the lower, at the bottom there, that green is young forest overlaid on an aerial image. All right, so here's some data from the surveys that we've done. And basically, what you see on the left is that where we heard, the survey sites where we heard drummers had a much greater proportion of the surrounding landscape in young forest. 25 to 30% of the area surrounding those sites was in young forest, compared to where we did not detect grouse, down at a low 10% level, which kind of matches that baseline level of young forest on the landscape we see today. So where we heard grouse, saw grouse repeatedly at this very spot, actually in spots that look like it, you got to have cover like this. So this sort of supports the rough grouse strategic plan we developed a few years ago, which explicitly made young forest the management directive. So whether it's commercial timber harvest or non-commercial felling with a chainsaw or running skid steers, we've got to do whatever we can across management areas intelligently to get grouse back. Now is when I start patting our Northeast region staff on the back for what I consider nothing short of phenomenal. Just in the last few years, they have moved on more than 1,000 acres to be planned for commercial harvest. So this is a tremendous feat, and just look at this department vehicle here. It's sitting on a road created by logging that's going to allow us to do future management. It's going to allow better hunter access in the future. It's going to attract wildlife along the roadsides. So I can't speak highly enough about it. So keep in mind, most of these properties in the Northeast region are on Army Corps or Army Corps owned, and they like what we're doing as well because it means better resource management. So we're about a third of the way through all this cutting, and this 1,096 acres is not where they're planning to stop. It's just what they've got on the books right now. So several WMAs at play, some really big projects, some smaller projects. We've got one completed at Yatesville, got another planned there. So really good stuff. But now I'll mention some non-commercial tree cutting going on. We've got 2 projects funded by sportsmen, which is excellent. We have a 22-acre project where the Kentucky Grouse Hunters and the League funded a contractor to go in and just simply fell trees in a 22-acre area at Mainsville. Similarly, 22 acres were felled at Grayson using money from Rough Grouse Society chapter and sportsmen. So again, these projects augment what we're doing with commercial harvest in a way that makes me really excited. So just some pictures real quick. The big picture is after some of the logging at Grayson, we're about 70 acres into the 365 acres total that'll be cut. A lot of timber is going to move off that area, which just shows how much work has to be done. Picture on the right is what it looks like when you just fell trees non-commercially. So real immediate benefit to grouse. This is just an example map showing how these timber harvests are laid out. At Grayson, The 365 acres is divided up into 25 different units across the area, which is going to provide this really good interspersion of young timber with older timber that's kind of the matrix on this area and on the surrounding landscape. Here's the Yatesville harvest, 140 acres cut. This was a really good project. Most of it was cut by hand, but some of it was fully mechanized with filler bunchers, and that was really good, so much so that the next 150 acres they're going to be cutting is largely going to be done with mechanized equipment, which is nice because there's going to be a lot of pulpwood cuts, a lot of low-grade stuff that's never going to be worth much for timber, although there is some salt timber mixed in there, a lot of ice damage and fire damage, previously high-graded stuff. Dewey, real quick, again, just I want to emphasize the road system we've got here that's going to allow future management. On the left side of the road there, you can see that vegetation. Basically, they cut all along the roadside, so you've got forage and cover right there along this travel corridor. And there is a second cut planned at Dewey. We've got 155 acres out of 225 completed so far on the first project. Anybody guess what these are? They're not post holes, but the critters that make them are heavy. These are elk tracks moved into our timber harvest unit almost overnight. So they're going to continue to do that, foraging on all the regrowing vegetation. So win-win. And lastly, I'll just say that while I've talked about commercial timber harvest, and I'm really proud of that because I think it forms the crux of grouse management, we can't forget that our guys for the past 5 years have rocked thousands of acres, literally, of prescribed fire, timber stand improvement, invasive species work, and they're continuing to better understand the forest we have on our areas. That's all I got.
Questions, gentlemen? Comments about? Mr. Chairman, I've got a.
Go ahead, sir.
Could you go back and, can you bring that graph back up of the decline in the grouse?
The grouse, right, not the forest.
Yeah, the grouse. There. Would it be possible to put another line on there of the daily limit of harvest on grouse from that time to this time?
The daily limit, you mean?
What you can shoot in a day. How many grouse you're allowed to harvest in a day? Could you put that and compare those two lines together?
You mean for each state? Like, because ours has been
Just for
4-bird limit.
Kentucky, I don't care about everybody else.
Well, yeah, ours is a 4-bird daily limit.
Yeah, how long has it been a
time.
4-day burley limit?
At least the time span of this graph here.
So it's been a 4-day daily limit since the graft was up here.
It was.
And now the graft is down here, and it's still a 4-bird limit.
It is.
Does that
That's
make
right.
sense?
Well, it does from a small game management perspective, because the number of hunters that actually shoot 4 birds is so infinitesimal that it really doesn't matter. There is a self-limiting phenomenon in small game populations. Now, at a certain point, a decision may be made to change a bag limit. If we thought that was going to fix the problem, we would have done it years ago. It's just not in this case, with a small game critter that has boom and bust populations. They have a lot of babies every year, and then most of them die anyway. It's just not, in our case, in our situation, it's not really what we think is driving the population. So that said, on specific management areas, this is statewide. This is anywhere you might go hunting from Round County to Leslie County. But if on a specific management area, now that we have habitat management getting going, it might be prudent to look at harvest management changes. We could look at on these places where it's a limited area, we could lower the bag limit because it might actually have an impact in those places.
But wait a minute. Hold it, wait a minute. So I've got a couple farms, and one of them several hundred acres, and one of them's just over a few hundred acres. It's not near that big. So if one of my neighbors would happen to see a grouse on one of them and shot it and killed it in grouse season, and it was the only grouse that anybody had seen in that county in 2 years, does that make sense?
If it was, I just highly doubt we're at the point where it's the last grouse in the county. That's low.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, Brian is next. I echo your sentiment. I mean, it's been something that graph's pretty alarming, and whether people impose
one bird limit on themselves or a two bird limit kind of echoes the same thing we're seeing with turkeys, where we have a lot of sportsmen echoing it. I think it would be prudent for us to come back and see, hey, this is, you know, at this point, we need to put something in place when you look at it by location. I think if you're doing it on a WMAs that is going to have high populations and we need to reestablish them somewhere, maybe we put on it where we can control the limits on it, especially if we're putting all this effort in to try to help the habitat and the reproduction of them to control what's taken off of it. Because you get an area that's really booming, people talk about it,
Exactly.
Everybody flocks to it, and so it becomes a target.
And I will say that's a recommended strategy in the grouse plan, that once we get the habitat rolling, we can make changes to those areas. I will point out that Ohio's line, for example, the red, Buckeye Red there on the bottom, they implemented a bag limit change back in, I can't remember the year, but it was probably 8 or 10 years ago at least, to their statewide bag limit. And they saw no increase appreciably.
Paul, you're next. Two questions, but what time you're on the graph, what did West Virginia do in 2010 through 2017? Because they had a huge spike.
I don't know. Can't speak to it.
All right, so my original question was, we telecheck everything that I know of in this department. Do we ever telecheck how many grouse are killed just so we have a number? I mean, I'm not making it mandatory. I'm just saying, do we have any type of gauge to know what the harvest number even is?
The only way we've ever gotten at that is through a postseason survey of hunters, where we take our sample of respondents and extrapolate that to the whole state. It's extremely challenging to do for grouse hunters because, one, it's hard to reach them, it's hard to find them, to select them randomly in a sample from which we can make a statistical inference. And then there's just so few of them, we can't say anything.
Well, they're not going to want to tell you where they're hunting because they're not going to give their spot away to the other person. But can we at least do a telecheck to find out how many are being harvested so we have at least have a magnitude?
We could, and certainly if that's something we want to discuss, we can talk about it.
Would you think
would
you think there's more bobcats harvested in Kentucky than grouse at this point?
It's very possible. It's easier to go out and bobcat hunt than it is to raise bird dogs in a state like ours.
I have a question.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's take it in order here.
Well, Paul,
You're next.
Paul had my question. I mean, how many do we harvest, and what's hunter effort? How many grouse hunters are there?
Well, you just hit on it, the effort. We don't know that. The thing about this measure here is that it's flushes per hour. So it's essentially, if we consider a flush as a take, it's take corrected for effort. If we only did telecheck, we're not going to know how many people actually pursued them and how much they hunted to get however many birds they telecheck, unless we made it mandatory that they
point, if I can,
have a permit.
Is that it would seem to me we would want to know how many are harvested, and I don't know, but a telecheck at least would be a step in that direction. I don't know if it would be difficult, but this just my point.
Robin, you're next.
Are you saying that it doesn't make any difference what the daily bag limit is because the grouse are likely to die anyway?
It's more about how hard it is to find grouse. There are so few grouse out there. They're few and far between, and it's just hard to contact, hard to run into. And the grouse hunters I talked to today, I realize we all might get selfish in the moment, but most of them are self-limiting right now. They like to see their dogs work. At least the true grouse hunter is in it for the dogs, and they want to see the dog work. They're not going to shoot out every bird in the holler that they're hunting. But again, it's the realities of low population and how difficult it is to hunt grouse, period, that sort of limits it, at least. That's always been the management paradigm with grouse hunting, period. None of these other states have telechecks, so a lot of the precepts I'm talking about, it's not just me, it's not just Kentucky. This is long-held grouse management paradigms, essentially.
Go ahead, Rob.
To that point, the self-limiting, with most in the quail hunters that I know are all self-limiting, and they are for the dogs. The grouse hunters, I'm sure, are the same way and have great passion for that. I can imagine that if somebody took a limit of grouse in this day and time, it would be highly unusual. So to your point, the bag limit would probably not make a difference, but it certainly couldn't hurt.
Go ahead. I was going to say, if you implement the telecheck and what we need at this point's data, I think that's what you were implying, Paul. We can throw in the same question on hunter effort, just like we do for turkeys. We've added that in, so it's virtually the same system. So you can start getting some more data.
I just want to remind everybody, this is an informational update. This isn't a discussion item. And I know everybody's passionate about making sure that we keep game animals here, or small game animals for Kentucky, but this was kind of an update, and I don't want it to turn into a discussion or an action item at this point. If any of you all want to individually get with Mr. Danks and give him some suggestions of what you think might ought to happen, or sportsmen who can respond, having seen this meeting, to their suggestions of what to do, I think they can all be considered, and I'm sure that Zach would do that. But I don't want to turn an informational update into a long discussion of how we need to solve the problem at this point. So I'm just cautious. We don't want to be here. We don't want to be here at 5 o'clock today because we've got a lot of stuff still on the agenda. So any other comments on small game? Now, migratory bird, John Brunges, are you going to do that now? Because it's here, small game and migratory bird. So
can I ask one more on the small game? On back to the quail, how does that overlay with like the CREP program? If you look at the graph of the areas with like the upland habitat versus areas that are cropland, it kind of seems that time period overlays when we had a big boom and high payouts for the CREP program, and that's kind of subsided. Would you say there's a correlation there, or?
Oh yeah, the CREP counties look completely different than Graves County. Actually, probably opposite. We did a lot of research on, and definitely get with me later if you want to talk more about that research, but we did a lot of research and figured out a lot of really interesting things on that CREP project. That was a lot of acres that went in at once, and unfortunately now a lot of those contracts are coming out of conservation cover, and so we're going back and trying to figure out how to keep some of that stuff in, or at least if people are going to production, try to work with them to make their farms a little bit more wildlife friendly. But yes, please get up and I could give you a little rundown on what they found.
Because most of the farm leases around me now are paying out well above what CREP is. I mean, they just keep, price per acre just keeps skyrocketing. Mm-hmm. So as those things come out, that landscape's going to get worse.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, gentlemen, we're way past the allotted time for these informational updates, and it's not your fault, it's ours. We've asked a lot of questions. So my suggestion at this point is commission members or sportsmen who are hearing these things about small game and grouse, email either Cody or Zach with your suggestions or your concerns, and they can carry them on from a division aspect instead of having to debate it in here and hold up everybody's time if everybody wants to move on. So thank you, gentlemen, for your all's input today and your update. John, do you want to take migratory bird at this point?
Honored, if you would prefer, I could do it another time in the interest.
Well, no, if you've prepared something, go ahead with what you've got.
I'll be fairly quick.
I'm just trying to keep us on the time
yes, sir.
Here.
I did not prepare slides. I just wanted to kind of give you a couple items to talk about here on the eve of the best time of the year. December 7th starts the best time of the year, duck season, right, everybody? So I wanted to give you a little brief update on dove hunting this year. Dove Fields, our Dove Field program. I know it's been discussed among the commission a couple of times. And so this season, we provided on department property, we provided 82 dove fields for a total of 581 acres. Those was on 22 different WMAs across the state. We also, we have our basically program where we work with private landowners. We had 11 dove fields this year on private land for a total of 452 acres. So we put out a little over 1,000 acres of dove fields on both private and public lands. So we feel like that was pretty good. This year we had VPA money, which is voluntary public access, that we were able to pay a couple of folks for hemp fields and provide access to hemp fields. And the hunters on those hemp fields sounded like they had a very, very nice hunt and had some good times. In general, our fields this year did pretty well. We had as we were talking about it, there were some challenges this year, but when in farming, there are not challenges to a growing season. It was wet early on. They had a few fields that we just were not able to get in because it was too wet. But after early, we got them in. Then it got dry late in the season, as you know. And so there's always challenges with these things, but our staff adapts and deals with it and did, as always, a marvelous job with it. There were some fields that weren't great, and there were some fields that were fantastic. And that's kind of the way the dove field world goes. And so I feel like we had a pretty good successful season as far as that goes. Hunters, this may be the first year ever we didn't get any calls complaining about dove fields. Neither Wes or I or whatever got any calls complaining. So that, to me, that's a pretty good thing. Usually you guys may have gotten them, but it didn't get back to us. So in general, we're pretty happy with that. As we're talking about doves, I wanted to just give you guys a heads up. Dove populations, you saw just a minute ago, grouse populations. Dove populations aren't quite as troublesome, but we are seeing a pretty substantial decline in doves. Doves, we are in what's called the Eastern Management Unit for doves. It's a migratory bird, so they're managed collectively through the east, basically everything east of the Mississippi River. That population in 2008 was somewhere close to 110 million doves in that area. This year's estimate was 43 million. We have seen a substantial decline. Again, because these migratory birds are managed in packages, we are right now what we call the standard package. Standard package is 15 birds a day for a 90-day season. The restricted package is 10 birds a day for 70 days. Well, the 43 million birds, for the way our management plan works, is that we look at the confidence interval on that estimate. And the lower bounds of that confidence interval are where we have a threshold. At 35 million birds on that lower threshold, we switched to that more restricted package. This year was 36.5 was that lower number. So 35 is where you transition. This year's number was 36.5. So we are really close to that number. And it's not a one-year blip, it's a steady move towards that. So as we go forward, it is a risk that we will be in a restricted package in the next couple of years. Everybody's scrambling, trying to figure out what's going on. Is this a real phenomenon? Is this modeling phenomenon? We don't 100% know. But I know at least one person in the technical section for doves voted to move to a restricted package among the biologists. Most of the rest of the folks, Wes Little is our representative on the Eastern Management Unit. Most of the other folks still feel comfortable that we're in a good enough place. Harvest of doves is, like Zach said with grouse, harvest of doves is insignificant in the population. This is a bird that 70% of the population dies every year, and the 5% that we shoot or less is not a major player. But it's what we can control. And so just wanted to give you guys a heads up that we could be looking at a restrictive package coming from the Fish and Wildlife Service and the flyways going forward. Again, we're good for next year. Next year's seasons are set, the 23-24 season set. But after that, hopefully we'll get a bounce. But it has been a few years in the making. And since 2008, it's been kind of steadily. And it's not just the Eastern Management Unit. The Central Management Unit has gone from 200 million doves to 90 million doves. So they have seen serious declines as well. Nobody has an answer at this point, but it's everybody's frantically looking at it. So after doves, just kind of a quick update on waterfowl. This late August, the flyways met, and the Fish and Wildlife Service and Service Regulation Committees have met. Next year's duck season will be the same as this year's, or at least the recommendations are for them to be the same. But there are a couple of other things that are just kind of worth keeping in mind. Northern pintails. Those of you that have been around for a while, sometimes pintails are one that the the number of birds in the bag can bounce around. We're at 1 currently. At 1.75 million pintails in the population, the season closes. This year's count was 1.78. So we were 30,000 birds away from a closed season on pintails. I represent the Mississippi Flyway on the Harvest Management Working Group that's working on the models that do this stuff. That we've been working on pintails for a while, and pintails cannot sustain a 1 bird a day bag limit across all the flyways. The models right now just don't show. The population has moved so far north, their reproduction is so much poorer that, so we expect that pintails are a species that we're going to have to do battle with, or that you guys will have to make changes to the seasons in coming years. And then the last thing I would just kind of mention is snow geese. Many of y'all have probably, some of you, especially our Western friends, have heard from folks that are concerned about snow goose populations. In the late 80s, populations began to explode, went through the roof, and have got to a point where we created a conservation order season where we let people pretty much do anything they can to kill snow geese. In the last 5, 6, 7 years, that population has dramatically declined. And it's partly through the harvest of this season. We shoot 1.2 million snow geese a year in this season, and partly through just terrible reproduction year after year after year. So we have had a kind of a combination. So we are now pretty close to the level where we started the conservation order season. And so we could have, in the next year or two from the Fish and Wildlife Service, a cancellation of that conservation order season, because we're trending towards it no longer being necessary. And so those are 2 species that I just kind of wanted to give you the heads up as to where they were. They're of special concern. Duck populations as a whole for this flyway were still strong enough for the 23-24 season. We'll be in a liberal package, 6 birds a day for 60 days. But it was down. And again, this year we returned to actually being able to fly the surveys after 2 years of COVID and not being able to fly. We knew they would be down. They weren't down as much as we had kind of feared, but they're down a little bit. And so, but we believe generally good reproduction this summer. And so Missouri right now has some pretty high numbers of birds that they're counting. Ballard, I talked to the guys this morning, they had 43,000 birds at Ballard yesterday. So there are good numbers of birds around, and hopefully everybody have a great duck season this year.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask a question. The number of doves, is that the number of estimated number of doves that were available, or is that the path that they chose to take? I'm not sure about that.
You mean as far as...
Did they come in here by lesser numbers, or was there just lesser numbers in the whole United States?
The way we estimate the number of doves it's called a Lincoln-Peterson estimate. We basically take our banding. Kentucky bans 1,500 doves a year, and across the country we ban close to 30,000. And we use that estimate from banding. We know how many we banned, how many are harvested, and there's basically math that you can do that tells you from all that, this is what the population size is. And so that based on, in this geographic area, the estimate we do an estimate each year of how many doves there are, basically based on the number of birds there are during hunting season.
That showed up here in Kentucky.
Well, I mean, we don't have a Kentucky number.
Oh,
that's where Zach is able to focus on Kentucky grouse. I can talk about flyway in the Eastern Management Unit.
I see.
For those models to work, you need more data than we band enough doves here. The harvest rate is very low on the banded birds, and so we need more than 100 returns before we can really start getting state level estimates. So I just can't do that with the data we have. But as far as anecdotally, from talking to folks in their dove fields and places that used to have birds and don't really anymore, I don't have hard data for Kentucky, but there's a lot of anecdotal that some of this really is being seen here as well.
Okay, well, so it's been my experience that in my district that most of the doves are killed the first 2 days.
Absolutely.
And from then on, it.
And that's
you know,
100, you're 100% right. I have data that backs that up. I think 90% of our harvest occurs in first 2 weeks.
So is there any recommendations that you could make or that the department could make to extend that harvest from 2 days on into the season? Is there some management things we could do, like change the crops, rotate them, move them? Is there something that could be done to extend that?
The commission, a few years ago, voted to create, we're on some of our WMAs this coming season, we will have experimental fields where we reduce pressure, where we have, the number of hunters and things like that. But it's a culture thing. People want to hunt doves those first couple weeks of September, and then they're off to other things.
Right.
And I'm guilty. I love dove hunting. It's one of my favorite things, even though I said the best time of the year is coming up. Dove hunting might be more for me, but after those 2 weeks, there's birds now. You could go, the Thanksgiving season, if you can find where they're, but it's just not in my thought process. So, we have these extra days. We have 90-day dove season.
Right.
It doesn't matter. After you get out of this, I think 0.5% a week right now represents 0.5% of the overall harvest.
Right. And you don't know of anything that the commission could do to extend that time period?
Every state is talking about
to
this because
shoot?
we we're spending a lot of money on these fields. We spend a lot of money, and people love it. And how can we extend this opportunity out? And it's been talked about among the biologists in the Eastern Dove Management Unit. It's been talked about everywhere, and I don't have an answer. If you guys come up with an answer, I'm all for it. I'm all for it because I would love people to be dove hunting every day of the season.
Right.
And there's a few guys that they're out there every chance they can get. And there are people that will wear me out about where those days at the end are tacked on. But for the most part, people think about dove hunting. This is when deer hunt is. This is when turkey hunt is. Dove hunt is this first 2 weeks. And
so if I'm understanding you right, my common sense tells me that it would be better to have more fields where more doves would come in and hunt them in that window than try to expand that field out and attract them on into late season. Does that make sense or no?
I'm all for having as many dove fields as possible.
Me too.
But it's expensive. And in the scheme of what we spend money on, I feel like I'm blessed. My program is blessed to get above and beyond amount of money, and I feel like we do. I'd love to have more. In any ways we could discuss, there have been some discussions with teaming with private partners and said, can we do things to create more opportunity? I'm all for it.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's enough. I could go on.
Mr. Morgan, I was going to suggest maybe that you take Dr. Brunges to lunch today and discuss these issues because some of these sportsmen want to get their 2 cents worth in too.
Okay, I apologize.
For these informational updates, I hate to turn them into much long discussion. So I would encourage you to take Dr. Brunges to lunch and finish your query. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kleiner.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Dr.
So, Zach, have you got the multi-state wild turkey testing project information for us?
Yes, sir.
We need some positive stuff here, guys. We're going downhill pretty fast. I see some people over there looking a little suicidal.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
Maybe we got some good positive stuff coming up to encourage our sportsmen.
Hopefully so. And I'll give a very brief introduction to this and let Zach speak to the technical side of it and what we're trying to do, because this is informational, because right now the grant is not funded. Kentucky is one of multiple states on a potential grant application through SQUIDIS, the Southeastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study at the University of Georgia, that's going to potentially look at some disease testing on our wild turkey flock. If the grant gets funded, then we would be one of the member states that would participate. Zach, if you'd like to share a few of the details on what this might look like if it gets funded.
Yes, one good detail is that it wouldn't cost us a dime other than what time I spend on it as turkey program coordinator and some of our regional staff time. It would be all federal dollars. It would go to the University of Georgia to conduct an experimental inoculation trial. So basically we would provide them with eggs from wild nest. They would incubate them, hatch them, rear them, infect them with LPDV, lymphoproliferative disease virus. It's a tumor-causing virus that's only been known to occur on this continent since 2009. We know it's widespread in turkey populations where it's been looked for, but we've never quite known exactly what it means for turkey populations. So this would be a way for many states to benefit with just a little investment to about how the disease is transmitted, how it courses through the animals, and again plays out on the population. It would really help us because with our research, we're testing birds that we handle to just see what the prevalence of LPDV is amongst our turkeys. This would help us to understand the mechanisms of how the disease operates, you know, and which would inform future management. So again, it's with no dollars asked of the agency, basically, it's kind of a win-win opportunity. And it looks like there's a very good chance it'll get funded. We should know something this month. The work would take place next year, if possible. I mean, if it's funded.
Further? Got more?
No, sir. Turn it back over to you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, really short. Real short, I promise.
Let me hit the timer.
Okay. I just want to say both of you guys are really dedicated and you do a good job, and I appreciate you because you do a very good job and it shows. That's all I'm going to say.
I suggest he take you on lunch with Dr.
Too much.
Carter.
We appreciate that, Commissioner.
Thank you all. No other questions? You had something?
Yeah, I had some. I applaud you for getting involved in this. I know we're doing a lot of turkey projects. I've had lots of feedback from sportsmen in my district about what the department's doing, like in the updates. They still have brought up to me, and I know this may not be the best time to bring it up, but to look at going to a no-hen in the spring, kind of a compromise from where we took some opportunity from fall hunters, and I did a poll, and it's widely proposed, but they're all liking the work that's being done to figure out what's going on with the turkey population. So they're asking good questions about the banding study, when we're going to put the trackers on the hens, and then I think it's raising a lot of awareness. There's a Facebook group that started up that's Kentucky Nest Predator Trapping, and a lot more people are trying to get involved and put traps in the ground to target nest predators. So I think it's had a positive impact.
Okay, thank you. Is that it for you all? Thank you very much,
Yes,
gentlemen. I guess John Hast and Ben, you staying with Dr. Hast to go over about elk population model information update?
Yeah, Dr. Conrad, I'll give them a brief introduction, and I think is Kate going to kick us off? So, okay. I'd like to introduce Ms. Kate Williams. Kate is a graduate research assistant at the University of Kentucky that's been working on our elk project, and we recognize talent when we see it, so we've grabbed her up, and she's also now going to be a biologist, or is a biologist with the department. So,
well, welcome aboard.
Yeah,
Kate.
so Kate's going to provide a few details on her study and some of the results that she's got.
Okay, yeah. Welcome aboard.
And I apologize up front, but there is going to be a lot of questions.
There is.
That's fine.
Well, maybe you need to take somebody to lunch too, Carl. Okay.
Oh, the cat.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say while they're pulling that up, Kate's been elbow deep in deer heads in West Kentucky for 3 weeks, so we threw her straight into the mix down there. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. As I said, I'm Kate. This is my supersized master's research there that I'm working on at UK in conjunction with the state. So here's just kind of a brief update. Hopefully this thing, oopsies, okay. Perfect. So just start with a brief kind of overview of the project, our capture methods to bring you guys up to speed. We had 2 main capture seasons. The first one is in winter, so that is usually late January, where we contracted a helicopter crew to go out and net gun elk and bring them back to a centralized working location where we would do an ultrasound to check for pregnancy. If we saw signs of that, then we would deploy a specific GPS collar and a vaginal implant transmitter, or a VIT. So essentially that's inserted, and then when the cow gives birth, it comes out, it gets pushed out with the baby, and it lets us know that it's been born. which takes us to our summer capture seasons, where we would go and locate those elk calves either in or near the birth site, usually a few hours after birth has occurred. And then we would take a series of measurements and deploy a fabric calf collar so that fabric expands, right? So as their neck grows, it won't choke them. They'll continue to function normally. And that allows us to monitor their survival for up to a year and investigate any mortalities that may occur. So kind of a busy slide here, but just some numbers from these years of captures. So we deployed a total of 95 vaginal implant transmitters in the wintertime, and we recovered about 96% of those, documenting 85 known fetal outcomes. You can see those listed at the bottom there. So we had 3 fetuses, 1 stillborn calf, 1 calf that we found dead, and then of course our live calves that we were able to collar, which is that final right-hand side number of 80. So that's our final sample size for this study. And through this study, we tried to capture calves across as much of the elk restoration zone as we could. We were able to capture calves in 11 out of those 16 counties. And you can see the different colors there represent the different years. We split it out over 3 years to make it a little bit more manageable there. And before I move on to the next slides, I do want to say you'll be seeing survival and mortality for 2 different time periods here. So the first is our summer survival. So that is birth until the start of elk archery season in the beginning of September, because calves are technically harvestable at that time. And I also have annual survival data, but I only have that for the first 2 years because we're still collecting the 3rd year of data. So that's a kind of a shortened number there. So we'll jump into mortalities. You can see that I've kind of categorized them. I have 6 categories. So we have disease, emaciation or abandonment, predation, trauma, hunter-harvest, and then this unknown mortality category. So essentially that means we had a carcass, we knew that it died, but there wasn't enough evidence to definitively push it into one of the other 5 categories. So we have our summer mortalities, so that's for all 3 years from birth to the start of archery season. We had a total of 19 for the 3 years, and you can see that predation and trauma were the biggest causes of mortality, although fairly low. And then pushing to the annual survival, so this is kind of an extension of that, it's not in addition. We had a total of 10 predations, 4 trauma, so seeing the same trend there as well. But that may change with this 3rd year of data that we're waiting on. So all of that information then goes into our calf survival estimates. This is for the entire zone. You'll see the same time period designations there. So we have our summer survival probability of about 80%. And looking at the graph below, you'll notice I have a dashed line. I don't know if there's a laser thingy. The dashed line here, that is at 2 weeks. So anything before that is the first 2 weeks of life. You can see that that's kind of the most, or the sharpest drop in survival there over a short time period, especially in the first few days. So that's kind of a critical time period for elk calves here in the east as well. And then shuffling over to the annual probability on the right there. Again, this is for the first 2 years only, so this will change as we complete the 3rd year of monitoring. And that's at just below 70%.
Is the 68% after the 8 to the 20% come out? So is
Yes, yeah, so that,
what's the total?
yes, that would be the total, the final, like at the end of the year, they made it to 1 year old, they had a 68% chance of getting there. Yep. And like I said, that's the first 2 years, so that number will change a little bit as we add the 3rd year. And then just a couple of future steps. As I mentioned, we're still monitoring. So I'm working with the biologists in the department to continue monitoring the calves that we caught this summer. And that will complete our 3rd year of survival data. So that will end at the end of next summer. I'm also planning to look at some health parameters and maybe if they have any effects, so things like stress and immune system function. We're doing white blood cell counts. I'm working with Dr. Casey on that. And then the kind of final deliverable, or one of them from this project, will be to produce an average survival and mortality probability for the entire elk restoration zone. So that will come out, at the end of next summer or fall once we have that third year of data. And that's it for me. It was a lot of talking. So.
Yeah, before we open it up real quick, two things I want to point out on this. This was an incredible project. I'll give it to Kate and Nate, the other fellow that was working with her there at UK. We've got some great research papers that are out, that are coming out on this. Two things I wanted to point out: that low number of unknowns. You know how many scavengers are in the hills of East Kentucky? Elk calf dies, they don't have long. So, Kate and Nate were packing up in the truck and down there to investigate those. So as somebody that's worked on a project like this, I know you're basically at the mercy of the phone beeping or getting the email that collar's dead. So I'm very impressed with that, and then the high sample size. So you'll see it's very common to see projects like this with a dozen or 15 calves in it. The fact that we've got 80, we can hang our hat on.
I know just from being out in the field when we were looking for the collars, we were in Sarisa to your chin, and we looked probably for 4 hours and never even found a calf. So
they're tricky.
It's pretty tremendous that you accomplished what you did.
Yep, very impressive, and it's a good foundation for us moving forward.
All questions?
Oh, I just got one. In our original elk population model, what was the mortality rate we had of calves in the first year?
So we had a lot of that. So it was generally about 90% survival rate. So you can take the inverse of that, about 10% mortality rate. We were using the technology. They didn't even have vaginal implant transmitters then. So a lot of the calves we were actually catching early on, we were catching 5-6 days of life. They were outside of that time where they're most vulnerable. That's really why we wanted to update those numbers. So a lot of our modeling, we've gone back and corrected some of that. So, and we're running, that 0.68 is a great number. And I'll ask Kate, how's this compared to out west?
This is way higher than a lot of Western populations. Yeah.
That's good. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just shot my. I wanted that.
I was just wondering how it adjusts our estimates for the herd if we had a higher number. I love hearing that we have a much better or much lower mortality rate than out west. I just wondered where that figures into the actual what we estimate our population size.
Yeah.
To be.
So for what I'm getting ready
to get a little bit more data, but
what I'm getting ready to talk about with our SPR model, we're directly basing it off those numbers. So we're taking a time period that doesn't really concern the early years. For the life table model that I mentioned a couple times, it's as easy as going back through the Excel sheet and amending this value. So we've kind of adjusted it down from where we started down to Kate's numbers over the years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job, Kate. Good job.
So, elk population abundance model. Probably what we all wanted to know about today. So where we're at right now. So Dr. Murphy, and I will give him credit, he was able to essentially build the foundation and put the walls up on a population model. But the one big limiting factor is we don't yet have enough data. So that fourth year is critical. So we were able to essentially build the model by simulating a fourth year, which is not what we want to bank recommendations on. So that tells us we have to have that fourth year.
I thought this was the fourth year.
We're in the fourth hunting season right now. We've yet to complete the fourth hunting season.
This is the fourth year.
Correct. So really, the majority of our data is going to be collected after the end of that cow season. We will be waiting on tooth data to come back midsummer. Literally, the machine is built, that goes in there, spits us out a number, we'll have something. A couple of the positives is our existing auxiliary data are adequate. Adequate's not even the right word, they're outstanding. We've got a couple little spaces we can fill in on that, but when looking back at the proof of concept model that Gabe and all of us worked on years ago, what set us up to have the model that we're gonna have here is what we learned from that model. So filling in the gap. So the money we've spent, putting collars out, all that is going to use. And then, of course, reliability of the model, it's always going to increase with more data. 3 years, there'd be very few SPR models out there you'll find on anything, unless they're heavily harvested species that are able to pull something off in 3 years. So if you'll click me, I got control here. So again, just to kind of summarize what we need, 4th year data collection. One thing that we identified in putting together the nuts of the bolts of the model is to bolster the sample size of yearling males. So that's more collars on spike bulls during the fall. And they're actually animals that get harvested. We have a few harvested with our either sex archery tag, and they're open for our bull hunters to take. The difficulty with that is it's difficult. We would be catching male calves in the winter to have a collar on them the subsequent fall, and you're talking, they're going from 250 pounds to 600 pounds, and it's always, unfortunately the spike or bull calves or something. I mean, how many did we probably catch for your study? We're like, oh no, this is a bull calf. We need females. So collaring is the difficult part. So how do we get what we need? Literally, our 4th year data is collecting itself as we speak. So we had similar, identical harvest regime this fall. We're getting the same thing. We've already got really good compliance on our hunter effort survey, our end of the year hunter survey for those hunters that have gotten through their season. And then this larger sample of spike bulls. So we've got the helicopter coming in this winter. And part of me asking for funding to bring that back was to be able to fill in, little cracks. So we've got an adequate sample size of spike bulls, but we can improve our estimate kind of in that demographic with 15 or 20 more this winter. So we're going to point the helicopter at calves and try to scoop up 15 or 20 and figure out some of the kinks about keeping collars on them. And I think we can do that. And finally, this is I'm going to call this my honest take on things. We've got the foundation built for something that will take us into the future. Having that 4th data, and preferably a 5th, which at this point wouldn't be difficult to get, is going to give us something that we can run for the next 10, 15 years. That's going to track where our population's at. I want to reiterate that the money and sweat equity spent collecting all this data is paying off. Every inch of it, including the money we've spent on this calf project, is going directly to this. And I'd also like to propose that we continue collaborating with UK on this, and Dr. Murphy. They have put together something with a little more data on our end will be what we need.
So I guess to cut to the chase, with 2023 season coming up, can he take the 3 years of data that we have, put it in the model and give us a number so we can set a number for the 2023 season? Because if we wait till June or July, that season date's already set, the numbers are already set.
I'll agree with you.
So can we have a number now that we've waited 3 years to get a number?
Right now, no. There's a couple of kinks that have to be worked out in that model, and we're basing it on.
So how long would it take to work the kinks out?
Where we were, we had this thing, this came hot off the press at about 1:30 in the morning Wednesday morning. And that's, we were down to the wire having anything to be able to tell y'all today, just due to the complexities of it. We need a couple of weeks to fill in some holes with data we have that were identified, that we can shuffle that in, and then honestly, we need a 4th year worth of data.
Can you give us a number based on 3 years worth of data?
Not one that I would, essentially want to adjust seasons on.
It's nowhere near what we talked about or what we discussed, but I understand.
But it would still give us a high load, even if we enter it into the model, it's going to give you a low number and a high number, and so the additional year is just going to shrink the.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Yeah, absolutely. It'll shrink the confidence interval, and they're decently wide right now. That's one of the ways we identify we need that 4th year worth of numbers. The way it's running right now, there would be no change that we would suggest.
We really need to see some information before I need to see some information before I'm willing to make that recommendation.
I agree. I mean, we always knew it was gonna be close with 3 years worth of data.
I mean, he's got 4 years worth of data for everything except for the last cow season, which is 125 that we kill, usually 30.
Yep.
So if we put in the number that we harvested, I'm just throwing out ideas, if we put in the number we harvested for the last 3 years for the last season, 30 out of 125, the last archery season ends in a week, at least give us something based on that. That would be 4 years of data. But I know we won't have the age because of the tooth.
Right.
We'd have the harvest numbers.
Right. Yeah, and we can certainly discuss that and see what we can throw out there.
And if we can make it maybe, and I'm asking,
Mhm.
if we can make it a priority to try to have something before the end of the year, so we can at least look at it to make a informed decision of the 2023 season.
When would that have to be voted on?
We usually try to do it before March. So, speaking, we usually have, we'd have to have a special meeting in January or February and try to set the tag number by March.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
We are just gonna say we begin the sales of the permits in January. So that's the reason the commission has historically set these in December, and I realize it's an unusual circumstance here with this research ongoing, but that's usually the reason why it's done in December, so that we have those permit numbers listed on the website. It's clear, when people apply. I think most people probably don't care the exact numbers of the permits, but just for transparency,
Well,
we usually list those there.
As a hypothetical, if you're not going to have a cow rifle season, you don't want to sell cow rifle tags.
So, can you work on that, John?
Absolutely.
I think I'd like to leave it with, you're gonna do everything you can to satisfy Paul's concern there, and it's a valid concern to try to determine those tags.
It's the commission's concern.
Yes, so it's a valid concern.
Sportsman, well, it's everyone's,
Yeah.
everyone's had an issue or concern about this for a number of years, and we held off and didn't make any changes last year because we wanted you to have the 4 years of data. But, it just keeps prolonging, so we'd like to have something to make a solid, best decision that we can make off of the data. Because that's what we keep hearing, we want to make informed decisions. So I think that would really help.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Thank you all for your update. Kate, again, welcome aboard, and thanks for all your hard work so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item will be new business number 5, attachment new business 5, prohibit hunting of wild pigs in Kentucky, and I believe, Ben, you're going to present that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have this one and one more, then we'll ask for the attorney's statement about going into executive session, and when we come out, we'll have a short vote on those things in executive session, and then public comments. So, go ahead, Ben. if you
Okay.
would.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the Wildlife Division is proposing to prohibit hunting of wild pigs in Kentucky. And again, this is one of those that's a bit odd because normally we're in the business of promoting hunting opportunities and providing more access for sportsmen. So allow me to explain. Currently, pigs, you do have a year-round season on pigs. The way pigs, well, number one, if you're familiar with any states, especially states to the south of us that have wild pig problems, Kentucky does not want more pigs in the state. They are so detrimental to habitat. They trample nests. They vacuum up acorns. Terrible for water quality, disease. And you can ask just about any state south of us that has these, and they'll agree that we do not want expanded pigs in Kentucky. The way pigs typically expand in a state is illegal releases with folks maybe unintentioned or unknowledgeable, but trying to create a hunting opportunity. And currently we do have restrictions on illegal release and some stiff penalties for that. So combined with the penalties on illegal release and a prohibition of hunting, you're essentially removing any incentive for anyone to want to bring pigs into the state and release.
Can you tell me how many states, I may have asked you that question previously when we talked about this on the phone. Can you tell us how many states have already implemented a no hunting? And can you clarify what you and I talked about what are we going to do for a farmer who sees them out in his back field in his tomato patch eating his tomatoes, and what are we going to do about the guy who's deer hunting and one passes under his stand?
Sure. So
could you make comments about that?
Absolutely. So first question, there's around 10 states that have implemented some type of prohibition or restriction on pig hunting, and all of those states are experiencing great success by doing that. As far as the question about damage, if a farmer sees a group of pigs out in his property, we're not taking away that opportunity for him to remove those under 150-170, so they would still be able to remove those. The average hunter sitting in a deer stand that sees a pig walk by, that would remove that opportunity. And the reason for that, we don't want, it sounds like, yeah, that would be the right thing to do, to remove that pig when you have the chance. The problem is, when you start shooting these pigs, they're highly intelligent. So that educates them. They have a high reproductive potential. So trapping is the way to do this. We don't want anybody really shooting these pigs to educate them. We would instead rather them call us. We're very organized. We can go out along with our partners, USDA Wildlife Services. We can trap on these properties, catch the entire sounder at one time, and remove them from the landscape.
One thing's for sure, though, the one that you shoot, his educational level is just ceased.
You are correct there.
That's the last lesson.
In the event that it is a one single pig there, you are correct. But many times they travel together, and you're educating the whole group.
A few questions. You said the other states are having success, and I understand that to be other states without an explosive population already established.
That is
the
correct.
states that are currently experiencing, like Kentucky, an expansion where populations are kind of magically popping up here and there, they're having success of that occurrence stopping. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah, it's really deterring folks from releasing pigs when there's not that incentive to hunt.
Okay, and currently, do we have the resources, if we were to implement something like this, where we can combat that effectively, where we either stop the spread and contain the pigs, or actually work in a direction where we're actually reducing the population in Kentucky effectively?
Sure, Kentucky's made great strides, and I'd like to give a lot of credit to Ms. Terry Brun just behind me and her partnership with USDA Wildlife Services, and we have significantly reduced the number of pigs in the state to date. So to answer your question, yes, I do. As long as Wildlife Services continues to be able to partner with us, I do think that we have the resources to continue to tackle this. However, without prohibiting hunting and taking some proactive steps, if pigs start to really expand and get away from us, no, we probably do not have the resources to keep up with it.
Mr. Horn is next, and then Dr. Robin.
I think USDA actually defunded Kentucky this year, and we had a reduction in the number of USDA pig extraction techs. So that'd be my only concern is that if we're wanting to put the burden on USDA and they've already defunded Kentucky, we need to make sure that they don't defund us more, and we do have resources that we need. But I think they did cut the number of techs
You're
in
correct,
2023.
Commissioner. And what happens, it's my understanding, there's different levels for pig states. As an example, Texas, who is just covered up with pigs, I think they're a level 5 state. Kentucky has recently been reduced to a level 2 state, which is a good place to be. Each time that level reduces, it's very counterproductive, but when that level reduces, the USDA, the funding is reduced for them. They still have funding, they're still all in to help us. Obviously, I can't speak on their behalf of what resources they have, but right now, I think we are equipped to continue maintaining at the level we're at. But if it gets out ahead of us and pigs continue to expand, no, it could get away from us pretty quick.
Robin?
Do we have prohibition on basically transportation of live wild pigs? Because I know that's been a rule that has been tremendously helpful in some of these other states. You just can't be transporting a wild pig, a live wild pig.
Right. Yes, to answer your question, there are a couple of statutes already in place. KRS 150-186, which says the release of hogs or pigs into the wild is prohibited. Importing, possessing, or transporting wild or feral pigs or boars is prohibited. Accidental escape of livestock is exempted. If you violate that, KRS 150-990, essentially, if you're caught violating that, you forfeit your right to hunt, fish, trap, or be a licensed commercial guide for 10 years.
Wow.
So it's very stiff penalties. So you couple that with prohibiting hunting, and again, you've really de-incentivized anyone to bring in pigs and release them.
Mr. Morgan?
Well, when this all come about several years ago, I was at those meetings. I was here. And it was presented to the sportsmen that if the sportsmen would help eradicate these pigs, and the department would stiffen the penalties on transporting them, keeping them, bringing them, turning them loose, taking trucks, finding them, everybody would work together and it would reduce the number of pigs. And they are down, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
it's going down. So what we got going's working. So why would we take the sportsman part out after they come to the dance with us? Now we don't want to go home with somebody else. That don't really make much sense to me.
No, I hear you. The reason we're successful is not necessarily the sportsmen. They're not the ones reducing them. It's our trapping efforts is why we've been successful.
But you don't really have a number of pigs that the sportsmen have killed. If they've killed one out on their farm, if a guy kills one coyote hunting, or you really don't know what those
No, I
numbers
don't.
are.
We have no mechanism of knowing that unless they just self-report to us.
So it would make sense to me that we would come up with some sort of plan like we did the chronic wasting disease. If there would happen to be an overpopulation or a big swell of pigs, then we can start implementing things to try to control it. But I don't see no reason to take an opportunity away from a guy deer hunting to shoot a pig when the population are in decline.
Yes, there has been a lot of research on this, and that's, once upon a time, that was the thought process. But as this has advanced, we realize, as I mentioned earlier, that anytime you shoot a pig, if it has other pigs with it, it becomes so educated and so smart with that high reproductive potential that we've taken several steps backwards. So we actually have a campaign, the Wild Pig Task Force, which is multiple partners, has a campaign of report, don't shoot. We encourage people not to shoot now so that they can call us, and then us, along with our USDA partners, can go out and set up traps and trap these entire groups. So we actually encourage people not to shoot them if we want to
You
be
all have
successful.
on the Kentucky Park Fish and Wildlife website information about this, don't you, to help
Yes.
educate hunters? Because I think this is an issue that I'm going to be anxious to see what the sportsmen say. I'm going to be anxious to see what their take is on this, because I know some of them are going to say, I don't want to miss the opportunity to shoot one if it comes in on my stand, but I don't want to break the law either. So I'm anxious to see what their take is going to be on this. But it's important that you all take the time to educate them online that here's what the success of trapping versus shooting one on occasion or whatever, or running with a dog. So this will be an issue that I'm excited to hear from sportsmen, see what they think, have take on this. All good questions. Everything. Go ahead. Let's get him
Last
summed
question.
up.
Of the population in Kentucky, do you have any guess or probability of what percentage of the population of wild pigs in Kentucky either came across naturally versus were released or escaped?
If okay, Chairman, can I defer to Ms. Brunges on that one? She'll probably have that.
Ms. Brunges, If you'd like to come up she's come and sit here all day. I'll be glad to hear from her.
Yeah, we do, we receive reports across the state. But in 2019, we started the media campaign asking people to report. We have a report button on the Wild Pig site, and we get a lot of pictures, and USDA does a lot of surveys, aerial surveys, and we just, through our reporting, we can look at those pigs, and we will say pigs do cross the border. There are 4 ways that pigs enter into states: escape from shooting preserves, illegal translocation, and natural expansion. So we have some populations in Tennessee that have come across the border, LBL. We do suspect there's some illegal release there as well, but those are coming across the border. We've had a couple pigs that were collared by Tennessee come across the border in Big South Fork many, many years ago. We don't think any there. The population in Henry County that was recently eradicated, we have 2 male boars left that we know about, was brought in 15 to 20 years ago by someone. I think the pigs were brought in from Georgia, illegally released. The population in McGoffin, Johnston, and Floyd. And you can look at these pigs, and they're hybrids. They're Eurasian boar ancestry hybrids mixed with domestic pigs. And in the Henry County population, they're definitely hybrids, and the McGoffin-Johnson-Floyd counties, definitely hybrids. They were supposedly, rumor has it, they were brought in and put in a fox pen and then escaped from that. So we do have natural expansion from populations in Tennessee. In the populations, the counties, Harlan, Letcher, Bell counties, we have some concern there that there may be some natural expansion from Virginia that may be occurring, but we also had pigs dumped in Allen County in 2020. We had 10 pigs that were hybrids that were dumped there, but we were able to quickly eradicate them. So not to be said that we had in Bracken and Mason counties, we did have an issue with escape of domestic pigs that were not put up there. It was just a neglect issue, and they quickly reproduced and spread across the landscape. We've since eradicated that one as well. But so there's a mix.
Yes, Brian.
So I was just going to say, if you want to balance it, is you could come in from where they're coming across the line naturally and leave it open, and that would solve the problem. And then every other county that doesn't have a natural population crossing the borders, that could be something Doug would you look into.
Okay, so let's leave that for a discussion item when we pass this on automatically.
I was just going to say, it's a new business item.
It's a new business, yeah, this automatically goes to a discussion, so we're doing the discussion now. That was one of the cautions about new business items and not getting to it into discussion. So that should pass on. Thank you all for giving us that update, and I'm sure you'll have it more thorough information for them when we come back to the discussion item. Thank you all. Last informational update is from Engineering and IT. Mike Scott, I believe you're going to do that, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think after that we'll have the attorney statement on executive session. Maybe go into executive session. Do you know if food came or not? It's 12:20 when we get done with this and go into executive session. What I suggest is that the commission do like we've done before, grab something to eat, bring it in here to expedite getting to the public statements. Let's eat in here real quick and listen to the presentations on land acquisition projects, and we've got about 4 of them, so that'll take a little while. So if we can be eating while we're listening to those, it'll expedite it too. So go ahead, Mike.
All right, I have just a quick presentation on capital projects updates that we've completed in 2022. So in total, we've completed 40 projects this year. Not all of those are major. I have some of the major ones listed here, and these will be the ones that I'll be covering in this presentation. So the first one is Green River Lake Fishing Pier. This is in Taylor County on Green River Lake State Park. It was a partnership with Friends of Green River and also the state park there. It was a long time in the making, but we were finally able to get the construction and have it completed this last winter. Here's a picture of it being constructed. As you can see, we were able to build it in the dry, so we were completely dependent on water levels. And there was multiple things that in previous years that kept us from building it, but we were able to build it this year. This is just a picture of it being built. As you can see, it extended out pretty far. Next slide and see if this plays. Here's just a quick time lapse of it being built. So like I said, the slope allowed for us to build it in the dry. During the summer pool, water comes up and surrounds it and provides an excellent place, opportunity to fish. And in previous years, whether it was COVID or the lake not getting to winter pool or permitting, it kept us from getting to this project. Fisheries came in while we were there, put this habitat pretty close to the pier, which will provide excellent fishing opportunity. And it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but it's shallow here, but just into the water is a river channel. So there is deep water close, so it's a pretty good spot with that structure. And I think they came in and shocked it after the water came up over it, and there was fish, a lot of fish using that structure. So it's a great spot, close for people to fish from the bank. Like I said,
it is the state park?
It is in the state park, so it's close to the campground, and there is a lot of amenities around. There's a playground just out of this picture. There's a picnic shelter, bathroom, so it is a very nice setting. It is ADA accessible, so we built the sidewalk from the parking lot to the pier to have an accessible route to get there. And like I said, it was a partnership with Friends of Green River. They provided funding, and along with state parks, we provided the design and labor to build it. And so it was an excellent opportunity to partner along with the Corps of Engineers, who actually owns the property. Another project we completed was the Barron River Lake Courtesy Dock. Again, this was another partnership with state parks. They had an existing floating dock, a small plastic dock that was damaged because of flooding. So they came to us for assistance. We provided the design again and the construction to install it. They provided the funding to purchase the dock. And this was, let me go back for a second. You can see the gangway there. It's a 60-foot gangway, so this is the longest gangway we've installed or designed, and that's because this lake, the water levels fluctuate. It is the flood control, and so high water gets up really high. I think it's 38 feet over Summer Pool is flood pool. And so this new one should be able to handle that high water. And here's just the support required for that gangway, and some of our guys installing it and putting that gangway, attaching it. And
It's
then
an excellent project, very nice. You expanded the turnaround too.
Yeah, so you can see that in the top of this picture, the ramp there. They have a turnaround, and it was narrow, and the radius was not as wide. And so while we were pouring the concrete for those supports, we would have to order the minimum load, or we were charged for the minimum load of concrete. So we went ahead with the extra concrete. We're able to expand that radius at the top of the ramp, and makes it a little easier to get turned around there.
That didn't help you catch any more fish, did it?
No.
And so another project we completed, this one was a couple of years in the works, but it was the water intake for our Minor Clark Fish Hatchery. This is on Cave Run Lake. That's the primary spillway for Cave Run, and we have a water line with a set of valves attached to that structure, and the pipe runs through the dam and over to the hatchery. You can see here the hatchery is in Brown County. The intake itself is in Bath County, but it runs through the dam, and this is the main water supply for the hatchery. Provides cool water with it being a deep lake. And the existing pipe that we had, we dove on it. We had suspicion that it was in bad shape. Just some of it's exposed during winter pool, and our techs would go up and look at it. You can see the bolts, the flanges were rusted out pretty bad, and we're just flaking off by hand. So we hired a crew to dive it and inspect the condition of it, and they came back saying yes, it needs to be replaced. You can see some of the existing pipe here, just the rust on it, and some of it was worse than others based on whether it was in oxygenated water or exposed during winter pool. But in the bottom of the screen, you can see one of the connections where the bolts are just completely rusted apart. We went back with HDPE, or essentially a plastic pipe, to prevent the rust. You can see that's the new pipe there laying in the background. And this is just the new valves. There's, I think, 3 valves total, and then just the new pipe under the water after it's been installed. Another project that is just wrapping up, just even this week, we had a guy out there yesterday taking pictures, but our other fish hatchery here in Franklin County, the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, we renovated the main office space there. They had an expansion. Additional staff were located at this hatchery, and we had to expand to accommodate the additional staff, and in general, that building is just long overdue for a renovation. It started out as just a bay, like a garage bay building. It was finished out over time, but still had single pane windows. The central air and heat was not really working, and so we came in and pretty much gutted it, expanded office space, added a bathroom, and put a new HVAC system in it. There's just the single pane windows. I think they're having to use space heaters pretty much to keep the temperature bearable during the winters. We relocated a shop, moved it from this building to another building that was repurposed, and so we were able to expand, build new office space. Here's just some of the finished pictures. These were as recent as of yesterday. Substantial completion, and then final completion will be here in just a few weeks. A new break room, and new windows, exterior windows and doors, and new additional office space. Another project we completed was a new moist soil unit on Kentucky River WMA. This unit's located in Henry County. There was an existing pond. We had beavers come in and install or build a beaver dam on the existing pond dam, stopping up the pipe, causing the back of the dam to erode, head cut. So we had to get in there, repair that dam, and then in doing so, we had actually been looking at this location for a moist soil unit, and so we installed a water control structure that would let our staff raise the water levels and use it as like a waterfowl unit to flood just that shallow water in the fields. So this is the existing pond dam with the beaver they built across, eroded out the dam. So we used the opportunity to make it better. We had to pump the water down, breach the dam, got it dried out, and then we started building it back. And as you can see, I guess on the top of the picture, we built a real shallow levee out through that field. So pretty much everything you can see to the right will be able to be flooded once the water comes back up. So during the growing season, it'll be dry. Then come waterfowl, they can flood it, whether it's crops or just moist or wetland plants, good for waterfowl. We put it as a 10-foot structure and will allow for probably about 8 foot of water control. Some of our guys putting the structure in, and then the finished dam built back up, and then the structure sits right there on the back side of the dam. And you can kind of see there that we built just a shallow, like 1 to 2 foot levee on out into that field to be able to flood a lot of that area. Another moist soil unit project or water control structure we completed was Calvert Springs on Barren River Lake WMA. This was an existing structure. It was rusted out. As you can see here in the picture, water was flowing around it, and it was just a matter of time before it was a catastrophic failure. So we got in, replaced it with a new structure, one that will not likely, it's aluminum, won't rust out as quickly, or should have much longer life. I think this unit's used to flood 50 acres, and it's open. They're open units to hunting. They're Barren River Lake WMA. There's just the finished structure. The Calvert Springs is pretty cool, but there's a pretty high flow of springs coming out right there. We're able to capture that water and flood the fields with it. Another one that we're in the midst of wrapping up, even next week they should get it pretty much done, is a new boat ramp into the Pond River. This is on our newly opened Harris Dickerson WMA, and we were able to come in and build a concrete boat ramp into the river and a gravel parking area. It's like I said, they've got the half of the ramp concrete poured. Here's just some pictures of the construction. And next week they should, I think they lack three more pours to finish that concrete ramp up to the top of the hill. And so sure, it'll be used this winter by waterfowl hunters, and next spring be a good spot for fish, a new spot to go fish. And then another project that we were involved with, luckily we didn't have to provide the funding for this one. The Rockcastle River WMA Oil and Gas received large amounts of funding, and this project was selected through them to close 18 gas wells on this property. So we had about 500 acres that were closed to the public because of these active wells, just the safety issue with that. And so they've come in, and those wells have now been closed, and come this next year we'll be able to open these areas back up. So I think this project was to close those 18 wells was around $540,000. Luckily, that was covered by oil and gas for us. So they pumped them full of concrete, cut them off just below the surface, and then cover them up with soil and seed and straw to just get grass growing on top of them. So we've got quite a few projects in the works. These all have been initiated. These will be coming up in this coming year or the years to come. But we're in the process of designing a new shooting range at Veterans Memorial WMA. That's in Georgetown, and it's going to be a really nice shooting range, different from our other tube ranges. There won't be tubes at this one, and it's close to Lexington and Georgetown, just high population areas. So it'll be a rifle range along with a pistol pit, and then a new building that will house educational, like hunter ed classes and a few office spaces. Here at headquarters, we have an archery range that is designed, and it will include an elevated platform you will be able to shoot from to simulate shooting from a tree stand. It will be about a 50-yard range, and it's actually just outside here across the road. So the designs are complete, and we're about to go to bid with that project. Camp Webb wastewater treatment plant, that existing plant's in pretty rough shape. We get violations on it often, and so this one, the design's complete also, and we're going to be putting it out, and hopefully after possibly this next camp season, have it installed. And then we've got 2 new buildings we're going to be building here on campus. One's CSI, which is Critical Species Investigation, so the fisheries group that works with the Asian carp, mainly on the Ohio River. In this part, they'll be receiving a new building, 100% federally funded. It'll be for the boat storage and also a few offices for that staff, because they currently are in a leased office space. And then our Lakes and Streams branch building is in the engineering division. Our crews who work on the docks, the ramps, and then maintain our dams. Their building is in need of renovation, and we've started the design process, and the designers pretty much said it's be more expensive to renovate it. It's better to tear it down and build a new one. So we have that one. This is going on also. And then last but not least is the Valor Big Pump. This is a partnership with Ducks Unlimited, and it's in the design phase. It's a new pump at Valor, and it's a much anticipated project. They're pretty close to having the permit plans finalized and permits submitted, and then the final construction plans they hope to wrap up in this late winter, early spring. And after that, we'll be able to put that project out to bid this coming late spring, early summer. That's all I've got.
Mr. Chairman, I got 2 real quick questions.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Yes, sir.
2 real quick questions. Number, at Camp Webb, is that part of that donation we got at the Camp Webb to do that?
Yes, we did receive a donation. We actually put that one out for bid, and it came back much higher than we expected. It's kind of a common theme around here.
It was a sizable donation.
Yes, it was, and we've done multiple projects with it, but we also secured a federal grant for that to help cover the additional cost too. So we have a federal grant and that donation.
Well, that's good.
Yes.
That's real good.
Mm-hmm.
And, excuse me, and when you put the floodplain in, where the beavers had built the dam, was the floodplain, did that help discourage the beavers from rebuilding, or did you eradicate them, or did they have nothing? One have nothing to do with the other one?
Yeah, so it hasn't filled back up yet. Like that was just finished, and so we do have a beaver cone on that pipe, and so it's something we'll have to watch. But the intent will be to have that submerged. We put the structure instead of at the surface below water, and so it's not as easy for them to clog it up where it's not.
So
right there.
the plane helps discourage them from doing that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that update, brother. Y'all, obviously, IT and engineering quite busy, so thank you. No other questions for him? Thank you, Michael. That sums up our new business. At this point, I guess we need to get legal to make a statement for the reason going to executive session. And then we'll go into executive session. And again, I encourage everybody to get their food, bring it in for the presentations of these land acquisitions, and then we'll reopen to action item of land acquisition. So, Mr. Porter, are you going to read? Oh no, there we go, Mr. Fields. I was looking down, Mr. Fields. So you're going to read that for us, Mr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific exceptions listed in KRS 61.810 or otherwise provided by law. The Commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. KRS 61.815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provision of KRS 61.810 that authorizes it be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meeting exceptions. In the proposed closed session, the Commission shall discuss 4 potential land acquisitions via purchase. The discussions shall occur in closed session to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. By identifying the department's interest in the particular parcels, the general public would be alerted to the various owners' willingness to sell the properties. As such, the publicity increases the likelihood other parties may make offers on the properties. Such competing offers could increase the value of the subject properties. Alternatively, a private party could purchase the property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth and require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to acquire it. This portion of the closed session is authorized by KRS 61.810 under Section 1B for potential land acquisitions. Upon an approved motion, the Commission will enter into closed session. The Commission shall not discuss any other matters and take no action during the closed session. During the closed session, council and necessary members of staff will be present to advise the Commission.
Thank you, Counselor. With that being said, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session. I have a motion to go into executive session. I have a second. Any discussion about that? Take a vote, if you would, Mr.
Be happy to, Mr. Chairman.
And the glasses. We're going to have one.
Commissioner Floyd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher.
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows.
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell.
Stepped out.
You stepped out a minute.
Commissioner Horn.
Aye.
I vote aye.
So we still have a majority? Still have a
We do.
majority. The motion carries. For the public, I would say with 4 projects here, it's probably going to be 45 minutes that I would check back before we resume open session again. So I would say to check back. It's now 20 minutes until 1. I'd say 45 minutes from now, we should be able to resume if we hustle. 1:25. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's all get something to eat and come back and sit down.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him. Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our fisheries division is comprised of fisheries biologists and technicians, fish hatchery managers, fisheries researchers, and administrative specialists. We focus on aquatic species and their habitats across the Commonwealth. Large lakes, vast reservoirs, small farm ponds, open flowing rivers, secluded mountain streams. Kentucky has them all. These waterways span some 215,000 surface acres of water. public spaces that more than 250 species of aquatic animals call home. And every year, more than 500,000 people enjoy the excellent fishing and other recreational opportunities these diverse waterways afford. Conserving and enhancing these aquatic resources and providing opportunities for their public enjoyment are the two main functions of the Fisheries Division. The primary strategies we use to manage Kentucky's fisheries include habitat improvement, fisheries research, stream restoration, fish stocking, invasive species control, and management of fish populations through regulating fish harvest. Fish habitat improvement usually involves either fostering beneficial aquatic plants or placing physical structures in waterways to provide places for fish and their prey to reproduce or take cover. Most of our public lakes are decades old, and the structure of their habitats has decomposed or has been washed away over time. Providing new fish habitat in aging reservoirs creates much better living conditions for fish and generates significantly more fishing opportunities for anglers. Fisheries research is vital to ensuring the health of all of Kentucky's aquatic species. Unless we know the actual condition of our fisheries, we can't manage them effectively. Annual fish population surveys in our many waterways provide the scientific data on species composition, abundance, and the health that our expert staff need to determine how our fisheries are doing in order to prescribe appropriate management actions. Relatively few of our aquatic species are harvested through recreational or commercial fishing, but the Fisheries Division is responsible for all of them. Researching and conserving Kentucky's lesser-known aquatic species plays a vital role in balancing Kentucky's aquatic ecosystem. Stream and wetland restoration is a key strategy that's spearheaded by the Fisheries Division's Stream Team. These restoration projects are accomplished through dedicated stream and wetland funding. Our Stream Team staff has overseen dozens of projects that have restored hundreds of miles of streams by stabilizing eroding banks and restoring original stream flows. These stream improvements not only benefit hundreds of fish and wildlife species, they also conserve soil and nutrients and improve water quality. In addition to improving the structure of waterways and monitoring the health of aquatic species, the Fisheries Division also uses fish stocking to help keep the fishing great statewide. We stock more than 5 million fish every year, from catfish to muskellunge, striped bass to trout. Fish are stocked across the state to help meet the strong recreational demand of Kentuckians and our visitors to enhance the fishing experience for everyone. Some stockings are aimed at returning native species that have been depleted, such as lake sturgeon and alligator gar. In time, these species will be added to the tremendous variety of fishing opportunities Kentucky offers. We intensively stock more than 40 urban lakes through the Fishing in Neighborhoods, or FINS program, in towns all over Kentucky. The FINS program is a partnership with local governments in which we provide the fish and our municipal partners provide access and maintenance. For many anglers, a FINS lake is the place they learn to cast a line or catch their first fish. Conserving the state fisheries also depends on decreasing threats to aquatic ecosystems. Controlling invasive species reduces the adverse impacts of harmful non-native species, like invasive carp, and is a must in the fight to keep Kentucky waters healthy and thriving. New technologies and innovative practices are helping Kentucky win the fight against these harmful species, which compete with desirable fish. A final key strategy in the Fisheries Division's work is the regulation of recreational and commercial fishing to ensure the health and sustainability of our fisheries for present and future generations. Fishing regulations govern legal fishing methods and place limits on sizes and numbers of fish harvested. Regulations are developed using the best available biological data and input from the public, including key stakeholders who are directly affected by the regulations. A unique combination of skills, experience, and dedication allows our Fisheries Division to strive for optimal management of all of the aquatic species that call Kentucky home. We are the Fisheries Division. We conserve and enhance Kentucky's fisheries and provide outstanding fishing opportunities across the Commonwealth. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. That's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our Wildlife Division is a team of professionals committed to the conservation of Kentucky's amazing array of wildlife and the habitats they depend on. We are wildlife biologists, land managers, technicians, administrative specialists, mapping experts, all highly trained specialists who can serve the Commonwealth's nearly 1,000 wildlife species, from the wetlands of Fulton County to the mountains of Pike County. Wildlife is vital to our quality of life in many ways, ranging from healthful fun to healthy food. Every year, more than 1 million people participate in wildlife watching, hunting, and trapping in Kentucky. Wildlife recreation benefits our state economy to the tune of $2 billion each year, supporting 23,000 jobs. The Wildlife Division's 2 primary goals are science-based wildlife conservation and providing sustainable opportunities for their enjoyment. The strategies we employ to achieve these goals include game management, conservation of rare and declining species through the Kentucky Wild Program, public lands habitat management and access, private lands technical assistance, invasive species abatement, and wildlife disease monitoring and response. Game management programs include big game, such as deer, elk, and bear, wild turkeys, waterfowl and other migratory birds, and small game, such as squirrels, rabbits, bobwhite quail, and ruffed grouse. Many game species were once depleted to local extinction, or nearly so, by the early 1900s, but are now thriving due to our historic restoration programs. For example, white-tailed deer once numbered as few as 1,000 animals statewide, but stocking from source populations, coupled with careful harvest regulations, have allowed Kentucky's deer herd to grow to nearly 1 million strong. Similarly, elk were once eliminated from Kentucky's landscape through habitat loss and overharvest, but our ambitious restocking program that started in 1997 with 1,500 elk from 7 western states now has resulted in a thriving population, today with thousands of elk in 16 southeastern counties. Your purchase of Kentucky hunting licenses and permits supports game management programs and helps us obtain related federal grants to conserve Kentucky's wildlife and habitats. The Kentucky Wild Program conserves a wide array of species that aren't hunted, fished, or trapped. These include songbirds and raptors, reptiles like turtles, lizards, and snakes, amphibians such as salamanders, toads, and frogs, and freshwater mussels, fishes, and butterflies. These species contribute to a healthy environment for people and wildlife. Our Kentucky Wild team raise and restore mussels and small fishes that provide clean water, develop quality habitat for birds and insects that pollinate our food crops, and monitor and protect bats that help control insect pests. You can support these efforts by joining the Kentucky Wild Program today. Public lands protect important habitats for wildlife and provide public recreational access for hunting, wildlife watching, and other compatible uses. Although the department owns less than 200,000 acres of wildlife management areas, we're able to provide access to over 1 million acres of public lands through partnership agreements with other landowners such as government agencies, timber and coal companies, and private individuals. The Wildlife Division enhances habitats on many of these areas through plantings, prescribed burning, forest improvements, wetlands creation, and placement of animal nesting structures. Private lands assistance is available to owners of farms and other private property. Over the past 3 decades, our biologists have worked with about 2,000 different landowners and walked over some 2 million acres of private land, making habitat improvement recommendations and developing management plans. Our biologists have helped the U.S. Department of Agriculture to implement millions of dollars worth of habitat practices to benefit Kentucky's quail and rabbits, butterflies and other pollinators, songbirds, waterfowl, and other wetland wildlife. Abating threats that invasive animals and plants pose to our native wildlife resources is another important conservation strategy of the Wildlife Division. Staff have improved living conditions for wild animals on thousands of acres in Kentucky through the eradication of invasive plants, such as tall fescue grass and bush honeysuckle shrubs. Wild pigs are an invasive animal that cause costly damage to farmlands, threaten livestock and wildlife with diseases, and directly compete with native species. The Wildlife Division staff has helped landowners remove hundreds of wild pigs on private land, thus minimizing a threat to our native wildlife. Monitoring and responding to wildlife diseases is also a priority for the Wildlife Division. This conservation strategy includes preventing the introduction of new wildlife diseases, as well as controlling diseases whenever possible. Since 2002, the Wildlife Division has tested over 30,000 deer and elk to monitor these herds for the occurrence of chronic wasting disease, or CWD. In short, the Wildlife Division's skilled and dedicated staff cares for the whole spectrum of wildlife that calls Kentucky home, so they can thrive now and in the future. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. The department's Information and Education Division, comprised of educators, communicators, and information specialists, are committed to developing and enhancing awareness and appreciation for Kentucky's diverse natural resources. Its efforts promote responsible attitudes and actions that help to sustain the conservation of the Commonwealth's wildlife and fisheries.
A little better fish than mine.
If you view or read something from Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, it likely was produced by the Information and Education Division. Kentucky Afield TV, Kentucky Afield Magazine, press releases, regulation guides for hunting, fishing, and boating, and informational videos. They are all developed by this team of communications professionals.
Kentucky Afield, a program designed for sportsmen.
Kentucky Afield TV is the longest running hunting and fishing show in the country, on air since 1953.
Wow, that happened fast.
The Emmy award-winning show's goal is to showcase hunting, fishing, and other outdoor opportunities across the Commonwealth that folks can experience for themselves.
Nice job, man. Thank you.
We also highlight the work of agency biologists and other staff who work to enhance those opportunities and conserve Kentucky's vital natural resources. The show is available to over 8 million households weekly and can be viewed on YouTube and Roku as well.
I'm Chase Winiker, host of the podcast. Lee McClellan, co-host.
The Kentucky Afield podcast brings in Kentucky fish and wildlife experts to talk more in depth about the resources and the abundance of opportunities that they present. Kentucky Afield Magazine is one of the premier publications produced by a state fish and wildlife agency. In circulation since 1945, it was formerly known as Happy Hunting Ground. Articles in the magazine dive deeper into relevant topics among outdoor enthusiasts across Kentucky, ranging from personal interest stories to step-by-step how-to articles. Examples of written pieces include the restoration of elk in eastern Kentucky, how to properly maneuver a kayak, and how to cook your own wild harvest. Every cover of Kentucky Afield magazine since 2000 has featured the artwork of Rick Hill, Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's resident artist. Rick's paintings feature vibrant outdoor scenes and detailed depictions of the native Kentucky fish and wildlife species. Some of the most important publications for Kentucky's more than 1 million outdoor enthusiasts are the hunting, fishing, and boating guides, which summarize regulations that must be followed while in the field or on the water. Need to know the statewide size limit for largemouth bass? That's in the Fishing and Boating Guide. How about when and where you can bear hunt? Look in the Hunting and Trapping Guide. 5 different guides are produced annually by our Information and Education Division. Hard copies of some of these guides can be found at local licensing agents such as sporting goods retailers, bait and tackle shops, and gun shops. All of the guides are posted on our website in PDF format for viewing electronically or to print out. In 2021, the first Spanish version of the Fishing and Boating Guide was developed, eliminating a potential barrier to participation so more people can enjoy our public waterways. Do you have a question that you just can't seem to answer using our regulations guides or our website, fw.ky.gov? Then call our Information Center at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at info.center@ky.gov. Available 5 days a week from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, our experienced and friendly staff will help you get answers to your questions. A major focus of the Information and Education Division is raising the levels of awareness of and interest in fish and wildlife conservation by all ages through education. And our education efforts take many forms. One educational feature that Kentucky Fish and Wildlife provides to the public is the Salado Wildlife Education Center, located in Frankfort. With the goal of educating the public on the mission of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, the center is home to an interpretive facility with numerous interactive exhibits, dozens of native Kentucky wildlife species in live displays, and 4 miles of hiking trails. Deer and elk, fishes, snakes, birds of prey, and even a black bear are some of our favorite live animals to our visitors, who number more than 50,000 each year. In the center, our conservation educators host programs that educate all ages about our native wildlife, including how hunting and fishing are vital conservation tools. Our animal care staff works tirelessly year-round to ensure all of the center's animals are well cared for and their habitats are safe and functional. Ensuring the animals are clean, healthy, and comfortable is a key aspect of creating a positive visitor experience. As part of that experience, you can borrow fishing rods and reels from the center to wet a line in 2 stocked fishing lakes on site. You can even get your fishing license at Salado. The Information and Education Division is committed to continuing the hunting and fishing heritage in Kentucky. One way is by helping Kentucky citizens learn how to be safe and ethical hunters by providing hunter education courses. Every year, about 10,000 people take the course to get Hunter Ed certified. Nearly 1,000 volunteer Kentucky hunter education instructors offer about 400 separate classes and require range days each year all across the state. Another way we help sustain hunting and fishing participation is by hosting about 5,000 4th, 5th, and 6th graders at our 3 conservation camps each summer. During the school year, our conservation educators visit hundreds of schools, speaking to about 65,000 children on important conservation topics. Then, those same educators spend all summer at camp hosting classes on fishing,
Look, I caught a fish. Oh.
archery, boating, marksmanship, and other outdoor recreation subjects. But the education doesn't stop there. Recruitment, retention, and reactivation, also known as R3, is a national effort to increase participation in hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, recreational shooting, and other wildlife-related activities. How do we do this? Our educators host in-person,
you just drop it in the chamber. Now pump the gun forward.
And virtual events to provide access to anyone wanting to learn more about hunting and fishing. Programs such as Hook and Cook, Field to Fork, and Becoming an Outdoors Woman provide opportunities to experience hunting and fishing for the first time. And our educators help participants gain the skills and confidence they need to participate on their own. Kentucky is also home to the National Archery in the Schools program, or NASP. Created and launched in Kentucky in 2002, the program has expanded to 47 states and 11 countries. In Kentucky today, NASP archery classes are offered in roughly 700 schools and 45 community programs, teaching archery to nearly 150,000 students. Numerous staff from Kentucky Fish and Wildlife teams up with the NASP staff and volunteers each year to host a state tournament for up to 10,000 student archers who compete to earn college scholarships as well as tournament trophies and other prizes. Kentucky Fish and Wildlife's Information and Education Division brings together a diverse staff with a unique combination of skills, experience, and dedication to enhance public awareness and appreciation for Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources and their conservation. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
Got one.
Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point. They're in there. There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone.
Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our fisheries division is comprised of fisheries biologists and technicians, fish hatchery managers, fisheries researchers, and administrative specialists. We focus on aquatic species and their habitats across the Commonwealth. Large lakes, vast reservoirs, small farm ponds, open flowing rivers, secluded mountain streams. Kentucky has them all. These waterways span some 215,000 surface acres of water. Public spaces that more than 250 species of aquatic animals call home. And every year, more than 500,000 people enjoy the excellent fishing and other recreational opportunities these diverse waterways afford. Conserving and enhancing these aquatic resources and providing opportunities for their public enjoyment are the two main functions of the Fisheries Division. The primary strategies we use to manage Kentucky's fisheries include habitat improvement, fisheries research, stream restoration, fish stocking, invasive species control, and management of fish populations through regulating fish harvest. Fish habitat improvement usually involves either fostering beneficial aquatic plants or placing physical structures in waterways to provide places for fish and their prey to reproduce or take cover. Most of our public lakes are decades old, and the structure of their habitats has decomposed or has been washed away over time. Providing new fish habitat in aging reservoirs creates much better living conditions for fish and generates significantly more fishing opportunities for anglers. Fisheries research is vital to ensuring the health of all of Kentucky's aquatic species. Unless we know the actual condition of our fisheries, we can't manage them effectively. Annual fish population surveys in our many waterways provide the scientific data on species composition, abundance, and the health that our expert staff need to determine how our fisheries are doing in order to prescribe appropriate management actions. Relatively few of our aquatic species are harvested through recreational or commercial fishing, but the Fisheries Division is responsible for all of them. Researching and conserving Kentucky's lesser-known aquatic species plays a vital role in balancing Kentucky's aquatic ecosystem. Stream and wetland restoration is a key strategy that's spearheaded by the Fisheries Division's Stream Team. These restoration projects are accomplished through dedicated stream and wetland funding. Our Stream Team staff has overseen dozens of projects that have restored hundreds of miles of streams by stabilizing eroding banks and restoring original stream flows. These stream improvements not only benefit hundreds of fish and wildlife species, they also conserve soil and nutrients and improve water quality. In addition to improving the structure of waterways and monitoring the health of aquatic species, the Fisheries Division also uses fish stocking to help keep the fishing great statewide. We stock more than 5 million fish every year, from catfish to muskellunge, striped bass to trout. Fish are stocked across the state to help meet the strong recreational demand of Kentuckians and our visitors to enhance the fishing experience for everyone. Some stockings are aimed at returning native species that have been depleted, such as lake sturgeon and alligator gar. In time, these species will be added to the tremendous variety of fishing opportunities Kentucky offers. We intensively stock more than 40 urban lakes through the Fishing in Neighborhoods, or FINS program, in towns all over Kentucky. The FINS program is a partnership with local governments in which we provide the fish and our municipal partners provide access and maintenance. For many anglers, a FINS lake is the place they learn to cast a line or catch their first fish. Conserving the state fisheries also depends on decreasing threats to aquatic ecosystems. Controlling invasive species reduces the adverse impacts of harmful non-native species, like invasive carp, and is a must in the fight to keep Kentucky waters healthy and thriving. New technologies and innovative practices are helping Kentucky win the fight against these harmful species, which compete with desirable fish. A final key strategy in the Fisheries Division's work is the regulation of recreational and commercial fishing to ensure the health and sustainability of our fisheries for present and future generations. Fishing regulations govern legal fishing methods and place limits on sizes and numbers of fish harvested. Regulations are developed using the best available biological data and input from the public, including key stakeholders who are directly affected by the regulations. A unique combination of skills, experience, and dedication allows our Fisheries Division to strive for optimal management of all of the aquatic species that call Kentucky home. We are the Fisheries Division. We conserve and enhance Kentucky's fisheries and provide outstanding fishing opportunities across the Commonwealth. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. That's what we do.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. Our Wildlife Division is a team of professionals committed to the conservation of Kentucky's amazing array of wildlife and the habitats they depend on. We are wildlife biologists, land managers, technicians, administrative specialists, mapping experts, all highly trained specialists who can serve the Commonwealth's nearly 1,000 wildlife species, from the wetlands of Fulton County to the mountains of Pike County. Wildlife is vital to our quality of life in many ways, ranging from healthful fun to healthy food. Every year, more than 1 million people participate in wildlife watching, hunting, and trapping in Kentucky. Wildlife recreation benefits our state economy to the tune of $2 billion each year, supporting 23,000 jobs. The Wildlife Division's two primary goals are science-based wildlife conservation and providing sustainable opportunities for their enjoyment. The strategies we employ to achieve these goals include game management, conservation of rare and declining species through the Kentucky Wild Program, public lands habitat management and access, private lands technical assistance, invasive species abatement, and wildlife disease monitoring and response. Game management programs include big game, such as deer, elk, and bear, wild turkeys, waterfowl and other migratory birds, and small game, such as squirrels, rabbits, bobwhite quail, and ruffed grouse. Many game species were once depleted to local extinction, or nearly so, by the early 1900s, but are now thriving due to our historic restoration programs. For example, white-tailed deer once numbered as few as 1,000 animals statewide, but stocking from source populations, coupled with careful harvest regulations, have allowed Kentucky's deer herd to grow to nearly 1 million strong. Similarly, elk were once eliminated from Kentucky's landscape through habitat loss and overharvest, but our ambitious restocking program that started in 1997 with 1,500 elk from 7 western states now has resulted in a thriving population, today with thousands of elk in 16 southeastern counties. Your purchase of Kentucky hunting licenses and permits supports game management programs and helps us obtain related federal grants to conserve Kentucky's wildlife and habitats. The Kentucky Wild Program conserves a wide array of species that aren't hunted, fished, or trapped. These include songbirds and raptors, reptiles like turtles, lizards, and snakes, amphibians such as salamanders, toads, and frogs, and freshwater mussels, fishes, and butterflies. These species contribute to a healthy environment for people and wildlife. Our Kentucky Wild team raise and restore mussels and small fishes that provide clean water, develop quality habitat for birds and insects that pollinate our food crops, and monitor and protect bats that help control insect pests. You can support these efforts by joining the Kentucky Wild Program today. Public lands protect important habitats for wildlife and provide public recreational access for hunting, wildlife watching, and other compatible uses. Although the department owns less than 200,000 acres of wildlife management areas, we're able to provide access to over 1 million acres of public lands through partnership agreements with other landowners such as government agencies, timber and coal companies, and private individuals. The Wildlife Division enhances habitats on many of these areas through plantings, prescribed burning, forest improvements, wetlands creation, and placement of animal nesting structures. Private lands assistance is available to owners of farms and other private property. Over the past 3 decades, our biologists have worked with about 2,000 different landowners and walked over some 2 million acres of private land, making habitat improvement recommendations and developing management plans. Our biologists have helped the U.S. Department of Agriculture to implement millions of dollars worth of habitat practices to benefit Kentucky's quail and rabbits, butterflies and other pollinators, songbirds, waterfowl, and other wetland wildlife. Abating threats that invasive animals and plants pose to our native wildlife resources is another important conservation strategy of the Wildlife Division. Staff have improved living conditions for wild animals on thousands of acres in Kentucky through the eradication of invasive plants, such as tall fescue grass and bush honeysuckle shrubs. Wild pigs are an invasive animal that cause costly damage to farmlands, threaten livestock and wildlife with diseases, and directly compete with native species. The Wildlife Division staff has helped landowners remove hundreds of wild pigs on private land, thus minimizing a threat to our native wildlife. Monitoring and responding to wildlife diseases is also a priority for the Wildlife Division. This conservation strategy includes preventing the introduction of new wildlife diseases, as well as controlling diseases whenever possible. Since 2002, the Wildlife Division has tested over 30,000 deer and elk to monitor these herds for the occurrence of chronic wasting disease, or CWD. In short, the Wildlife Division's skilled and dedicated staff cares for the whole spectrum of wildlife that calls Kentucky home, so they can thrive now and in the future. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife, that's what we do.
Okay. All done? Done so far? You ready? Y'all ready out there? Are you ready to come to when? Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute, we'll go back into regular session.
Making sure our video feed's ready. Making sure our video feed's ready.
Yeah, no problem.
We're good whenever you are.
Welcome back to coming back into regular session. We are finished with our executive session. We had 4 land acquisition projects that we discussed, and at this time I'll entertain a motion concerning project A, B, C, and D. If you want to take them all as one unit, or if you want to make a motion concerning each of them individually. So what would be the pleasure of the commission?
I make a motion, we vote on them all at once and we accept it.
Okay. So your motion is that we take A, B, C, and D and accept with advising and approving them to go ahead with land acquisition.
Correct.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second to that motion with Robin Floyd. after Mr. Morgan's motion. Is there any discussion about those 4 projects? If not, would you please take a vote on that, Mr. Secretary?
I will. Commissioner Floyd? Aye. Commissioner Fisher?
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows?
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell?
Aye.
Commissioner Horn?
Aye.
I vote aye.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries then. The next item on the agenda is public comments. Mr. Kelly's with us. Before he goes into that, I want to remind everybody, and on both on the commission and public, they made us a public comment brochure. So we have every public comment that was sent in for us to read at home, and the commission members have all been issued one of these. So do not think that you went unnoticed, that all these that were sent in to us, we all have a packet of those. So we'll be perusing those in private at home and acting those accordingly, probably at the next meeting. So, Mr. Kelly, if you want to go ahead with what you've got, please do so.
Yes, sir. So along those lines, we received 17 comments by email, 16 on 1 or 2 of the new business items. I'll go into a little bit of detail about that later on, but I wanted to quickly cover how public comments for this meeting are being handled. So public comments on discussion items or new business items were accepted by email through 5 p.m. yesterday. Email comments have been distributed to all commission members before the meeting and will be read during today's meeting for up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting at the discretion of the commission chair. The commission chair reserves the right to allow comments to be read publicly, reserves the right to not allow comments to be read publicly that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, redundant, or not relevant to the meeting. Questions will receive an email response. In-person attendees wishing to comment on new business items or discussion items on the agenda were asked to sign up by 9 a.m. today on the register on the table outside the commission room and specify the new business and discussion items on the agenda that they intended to address in their comments. During this public comments time on the agenda, attendees who have signed up to comment will have up to 3 minutes total to offer comments about the new business and discussion agenda items that they have specified on the sign-up sheet. We did have, Mr. Chairman, I believe 4 people who signed up to deliver public comments, and just out of respect for them, I know they've waited a long time. Okay. Would like to invite them up. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have those names, or do you want me to go ahead and call them off here? Mr. LaPointe, are you with us? You still here? Okay. Do you want to address the commission? I believe you're going to address concerning waterfowl tags. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you might want to speak up just, well, okay, you got a microphone right. I think we're having a little trouble with sound, so we want to make sure that everybody gets heard. Go ahead and state who you are and all that.
Roger LaPointe, Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry. And first I'd like to thank the commission and the department for all your support of our program. It wouldn't be the success that it is without your all's help and funding. The waterfowl tag, for me, the biggest thing is we get a lot more than $200 for that tag. We have so ever since it's been awarded. And we rely on that funding to the company to make our mission work. And then the other thing, which I think is more important, I've been fortunate enough to both deer hunt on Ballard County and to duck hunt there as well. And I think Dr. Brunges should be commended for, he has made Ballard County the mecca of waterfowl hunting in Kentucky. In fact, to me, the only place you can hunt waterfowl in Kentucky with any amount of success. And to be able to bring someone new down there through these tags, I think is very important, because look what we're doing. We're showing off the great work that you all have done. And it's like, it's the crown jewel of the WMAs, in my opinion. And also, look, the elk tag and the bear tag that y'all are talking about is all Eastern Kentucky centric. This is the only one that's Western Kentucky centric, and you're really leaving that part of the country out for tourism dollars, because there's 4 people that go down there, 4 people to buy hotels, 4 people to buy meals. There's a lot of funding that goes in just besides that tag, and it's bringing money to that area that needs it. So I'd hopefully y'all consider keeping the waterfowl tag. And from what I hear, it sounds like you all have come to that consensus, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger. Appreciate you being here. Of course, we appreciate Hunters for the Hungry. Glenn Thomas, Oberaker, is that the way you pronounce that name? Oberaker. Well, Glenn, step up there and tell us who you are and where you're from. Some of these people are going to be shocked when they find out where you come from today.
My name is Glenn Thomas Oberaker. I'm co-director and founder of the American Catfishing Association, and I'm honored to be here from Jupiter, Florida, with you today.
Florida.
Gentlemen, the American Catfishing Association, an organization created to represent what is now considered to be the second largest segment within the $50 billion recreational fishing industry. We'd like to thank you for your efforts and considerations. We understand the Commission must take into consideration what is fair and best for all segments of the fishing industry. We ask that when considering any changes, it is made knowing your leadership and regulation direction could affect countless fisheries, anglers, business interests, and can cause significant economic impact throughout Kentucky. That being said, the ACA's sole objective is to work with the Commission to form synergy and a partnership to assist those great tasks ahead. Over the last many years, recreational anglers have come forward stating that the fisheries on some of the Kentucky's major waterways have been producing far fewer trophy-sized catfish than in the past. Given the state's data has been reported to encompass approximately the last 10 years or so, we believe it's important to take into consideration what anglers with decades of experience on Kentucky waters have observed and have reported. Some of those anglers are here today. Trophy catfish should be considered a valued commodity. Unlike bass, crappie, other species that take only a few years to grow to size, a catfish can take 10 years or more to reach 35 inches. Being of far greater importance is a value when reaching mature size, the ACA believes that they should be protected as a valued asset to the state. Today, recreational catfishing anglers are traveling to regions of the country where waterways and trophy catfish have employed protection from being exploited. With the significant growth of the catfish segment, these same regions are enjoying millions of dollars of growth for businesses and municipalities. To ensure the state of Kentucky enjoys the same, the ACA encourages further regulation and refinement. With the aforementioned stated, and in addition to what is proposed today and or in the future, the American Catfishing Association respectfully proposes the following for the Commission's current and future consideration. That commercial fishing and private pay lake operations follow the same size regulations that are currently in place or may be adopted for the recreational fishing segment, which eliminates the 4/40. That certain indiscriminatory fishing apparatus be banned from use and subsequent allowable apparatus be mandated to clearly identify with the owner's information. Since patrons of private pay lake operations are not required to be licensed, that those same patrons pay a nominal conservation fee per visit that would go towards conservation programs and research. That pay lake operators be regulated and limited to the number of fish that they can possess of that originate from public waters. That the transportation of live fish out of the state of Kentucky be prohibited unless a special permit is obtained. Said permitting would be limited to accredited aquariums, research organizations, catch and release to the same public waters, tournament events, and cooperating state public programs. The violation fines be substantially increased to all segments and operations and include asset confiscation and revocation of any and all licenses and permits for habitual violators. That commercial fishing be encouraged and possibly incentivized to target invasive species for non-human consumption processes. That harvest limits, bag limits, krill limits be employed. That there is no reason for one angler needs to harvest an unlimited number of fish per day. That trophy catfish be classified as a sport fish throughout the state, internal and bordering waterways. The American Catfishing Association commends the efforts of the state and welcomes the new business proposals being brought to the floor. The ACA stands ready and willing to assist the efforts of the state of Kentucky and look forward to a long and beneficial partnership. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Glenn. Gave you a little extra time maybe because you came all the way from Florida.
I cannot pass up the opportunity to ask you, are some of these gentlemen who have come here who are sport catfish fishermen going to take you fishing before you go back to Florida, or are you just heading back to Florida?
Actually, I'm jumping in the car now to catch a flight out at 3:30.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, thank you
So
for
I
your
appreciate-
input.
I appreciate
Will you
the
make
time.
your comments available to the commission? In other words, are you willing to send a copy to?
You all have copies
okay,
already.
it's in the- I skipped it. I did not see it. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
It's in the packet. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your input, and thank you for coming this far. Justin Browning, you're also about catfish, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm,
Tell us who you are and where you're from and all
Justin
that.
Browning from Milltown, Ohio. I've seen a lot of you guys before in the last years of fighting for regulations. But
yes, sir.
I support what was talked about today on the catfish regulations, but I think it needs to be expanded. I don't think it's near enough. I think one of the biggest problems we face now is enforcement. Enforcement is huge. There's loopholes in everything. Even the stuff we got passed last year with the 750 pounds per surface acre per pay lake in Kentucky, it's not being enforced. I mean, from what I'm being told by the COs, no one's even done a survey to survey these pay lakes to see how big they are, to see how many fish they can. So it's if we get regulations, they ain't no good if they can't be enforced. So I think we need to expand and add the main stem of the Ohio River on the 1/35. Make it easier for enforcement. I mean, you have no confusion there. The 4/40 that was put in 2013. I mean, Owensboro, Kentucky lost the biggest catfish tournament in the country because it wasn't because of the money. It wasn't because they didn't like the city. It was because the fishing is terrible. And I mean, I'd take Glenn fishing, but he don't want to fish these waters. I mean, I'm not trying to be smart. Okay, they've declined dramatically. I mean, and we know. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard the problems. You got emails. I'm sure you've heard it over and over the last 10 years. I mean, I sat in this room today and I heard everything about ducks, doves, elk, everything with data. If they had data, data. We present data, and they say it's skewed. They don't want to use tournament data, but they want to go out to undo ride-alongs with the commercial fishermen and say that, that data's not skewed. Or the honor system, for instance, we done an open records request on a certain commercial fisherman. He's got a Kentucky license. That commercial fisherman turned in 600 pounds that year off the Ohio River. He's on Facebook every day on the Ohio River, making videos, taunting every single one of us, stocking thousands of pounds a week, but yet he turned in on his commercial fishing report 600 pounds. The honor system's not working. The commercial fishing reports, something needs to be done. I mean, every single study I've seen today, whether you hook up with colleges or not, something has to change because it's continuing to decline. And and the data we show, I mean, there's tournaments all over Kentucky every weekend, every single one of them. And there's more people fishing for catfish right now than ever before. I guarantee you guys can look, license sales and see it's up. COVID. I mean, it's exploded, and but the data, tournament data across the board is still declining. So the state's losing a lot of money. And these fish need to be protected. They're the #1 predator against Asian carp. I heard him say something about Gatesville Lake. They stopped blue cats. It helps, control.
Telling you about
crappie.
your time. If
Yeah.
you're wondering what that's doing.
But it asked about the crappie, controlling crappie situation. They eat carp too. I mean, there's bait companies popping up all over selling carp, filleted Asian carp. They need to be protected.
Thank you for your comments too, sir. And we've got others to read. Mr. Mackey, you have written down here that you want to address the commission concerning special waterfowl permits. You also had written down about elections, but as you know, that's an action item, so we're not discussing action items, only discussion items and new business. So we'll hear what you've got to say about your special waterfowl permit.
I'd like to echo what Mr. LaPointe said. That
Would you tell again for the record who you are?
Sorry. Brian Mackey, Sonora, Kentucky. I'd like to echo Mr. LaPointe's remarks about the special waterfowl permits.
Yes, sir.
I've heard a lot about the value. To me, with the bear permit, I really don't see what the added value to that would be. I think something that should be looked at is how many bear permits do we currently sell? And then how many of those tags get filled? Because I'm pretty sure it's a pretty low number. And if it's already a low number, the likelihood of somebody going out and killing a second bear is pretty low. I understand there are logistical issues with the Ballard hunt, but I believe there's still around 40 or 50 blinds at Ballard. Maybe we could look at setting some particular blinds aside just for the commission permits. I think that would be a whole lot better deal than going to the bear permit myself. It's an over-the-counter tag that people can already get. It has a low harvest percentage, so I don't see where it's going to be a better option than waterfowl. If you wanted to add it as an additional one, that'd be okay, but I still really don't see there'd be much value to it.
Okay. Well, I think that debate's going to continue for some time, but I believe we'll be looking at that next time at the next meeting. Thank you, sir. I think that was all that we had of people who wanted to make public comments. So now you've got written comments.
Yes, sir.
I'll give a little preemptive for you. There were so many comments we had. How many do we have?
17.
17. I think what he has done, Mr. Kelly, has consolidated those in the interest of time. I believe he's going to read the names of individuals who have like thinking on that issue, and then he's going to read a couple of exemplary ones, I believe, of kind of a summation of what was said. So that should save us a little time. So go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Sure. I will have to go through. I did not write the names down of each individual emailer, but we can go through that time. So,
but again, for those of you who did write in, we all have it. So everybody has a copy, even though all of them may not be read today because very, very many of them are similar. We have what your comment was. Every commission member has it. So that will not go unnoticed. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Well, I will go through real quickly and just name the names of individuals who emailed with comments on the catfish regulations. So Aaron Wheatley from Owensboro, Kentucky. Claude Reynolds. Nate Davis. Frank Key from Woodford County. Mr. Browning spoke. Mike Brock from Kenton County. Joe Loudermilk. Justin Cooper. Trey Webb from Meade County. Edward Browning from Trenton, Ohio. Micah Kendall from Hamilton County, Ohio, previously of Grant County, Kentucky. Jeremy Chase. Corey Cooper of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. I believe we also had one from Oklahoma. We had 4 states represented that I could tell in the public comments: Kentucky, Indiana, Oklahoma, and Ohio. So I'll start off with the catfish, those related to the catfish regulations that were discussed earlier today. This one is from Rob Benningfield of Bowling Green. It's a member of the American Catfish Association. I am writing regarding the new business agenda items, modify water bodies open to commercial fishing, and modify catfish commercial fishing regulations and reporting requirements. I likely will not be able to attend Friday's meeting. Seeing these agenda items concerns me as an angler who loves to fish for catfish. I and other anglers have pushed KDFWR for years on better, more reasonable regulations regarding Kentucky's catfish population. I fished the Ohio River for trophy catfish a lot in the mid-2000s to mid-2010s, and definitely noticed a degradation in the quality of fishing. In my opinion, this was due to unregulated harvest of trophy catfish, likely for use in pay lakes. To the department's credit, stronger regs have been put in place since then. If anything, these regs need to be more stringent. I'm tremendously concerned that with this being on the agenda now, the department could be considering loosening these regs. Strong regulations and robust enforcement are still needed. Commercial fishermen are still targeting trophy catfish, but hopefully now, due to KDFWR regs, some of this pressure is going to surrounding states. I urge the Commission to stay the course and enforce current regs and consider stronger regs to protect the fisheries further. Catfishing continues to be a fast-growing segment in the industry and deserves serious protection. The next comment is from Landon Garrison. My name is Landon Garrison from Mason County, Kentucky. I'm an avid catfish angler and have been working with Kentucky Fish and Wildlife since 2010 on catfish conservation regulations on the Ohio River. I must give high praise and commend Jay Harala and the KDFWR biologists on the job they have done protecting our natural resources. Since the regulations have been established roughly 10 years ago, we have seen an increase in trophy catfish catches in the Meldal Pool of the Ohio River. The 1 over 35-inch limit on blue and flathead catfish on all fishermen, commercial, and anglers has done wonders for our fishery. More anglers are willing to spend their money in Kentucky to enjoy the Ohio River versus traveling out of state to have the opportunity to catch trophy-sized catfish. I see on the agenda for the December 2nd Commission meeting under new business that some items will be discussed regarding trophy catfish and commercial fishing. I support any further regulations that will continue to protect the trophy-sized blue, channel, and flathead catfish in our fisheries from commercial fishing over harvest. The department has done such a great job protecting our resource, and I'd like to see that continued. I'm happy to assist the department in any way that I can to protect the resource. Please feel free to reach out to me. I appreciate your time and hope everybody has a very happy holiday season. Next comment is from Scott Kress. I'm emailing to comment on new business items scheduled to be discussed on the December 2nd quarterly commission meeting agenda, specifically related to catfish regulations. My name is Scott Kress and I'm a resident of Kenton County. I was a member of a focus group representing recreational anglers the last time catfish regulations were broadly discussed and considered. I am a strong supporter of catfish conservation and firmly believe the state's trophy catfish resources have been historically depleted for the benefit of few, at the detriment of many. I travel the country chasing trophy catfish and believe with enough time and better regulations, our state can become a destination for catfish anglers across the Midwest and drive significant economic benefits if the catfish are left to grow and reproduce in our state's waters. Overall, I am encouraged to see new business items presented that will hopefully better protect our resources across the state from overharvest by commercial catfishing. As it relates to the agenda items, I hope the Commission considers a large increase in commercial fishing permit fees for trophy catfish, especially for non-resident licenses, and strongly considers limiting the number of out-of-state licenses issued each year. I can tell you I see as many commercial fishermen on the southern sections of the Ohio River, especially out of Wickliffe, as I do recreational anglers. Many Ohio trophy pay lake operators have staged holding ponds in this area that they use to load up on daily catches before transporting these fish back out to state pay lakes. Back to out-of-state pay lakes, I'm sorry. I support modifying protecting waters from commercial fishing in general. I believe the 4 over 40 rule should be removed entirely. The rule serves to benefit a select few and is not consistent with any other state that institutes commercial catfish regulations. We are an outlier in this regard, and the allowable harvest of 4 trophy fish over 40 inches daily is a material detrimental impact compared with the traditional 1 over 35 inches in place otherwise. For those that have been on the Commission or with the department for a few years will recall the groundswell support by the state's recreational fishermen the last time catfish regulations were broadly considered. Some referred to us as the Blue Shirt Army, and the meeting location was standing room only. Improved regulations that aid in the conservation of our state's resources has the support of thousands. I hope the department's mission statement always guides the Commission's decisions in all it decides. And he quotes the Commission, the department's mission. The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources mission is to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources and provide outstanding opportunities for hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. Sincerely, Scott Kress. Scott Kress, I apologize. And the last comment is regarding the wild pigs discussion earlier today, new business time. And this is from Brett Dunlap, State Director for Kentucky for USDA APHIS Wildlife Services. Looks like it's co-signed by Dana Cole, Coordinator, National Feral Swine Damage Management Program for USDA APHIS Wildlife Services. And is addressed, Dear KDFWR Commissioner, USDA does not take positions on state legislation. We have not reviewed the bill language to do so. Below, we have provided information on our National Feral Swine Damage Management Program, NFS-DMP, and our experience with states that have legislation that limit or prohibit feral swine hunting. In 2014, in response to the increasing damage and disease threats posed by expanding feral swine populations in the United States, Congress appropriated $20 million to the United States Department of Agriculture's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, for the creation of a collaborative national feral swine damage management program within APHIS Wildlife Services program. Wildlife Services is a lead organization within APHIS to manage the wide array of feral swine damage issues that impact numerous resources in Kentucky. The primary goal of the NFS-DMP is to protect agricultural and natural resources, property, animal health, and human health and safety by managing damage caused by feral swine. The NFS-DMP works in conjunction with Wildlife Services state programs to manage feral swine. All Wildlife Services feral swine damage management efforts in Kentucky use science-based adaptive management strategies and are done in collaborative cooperation with our state partners. The partnership between Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources and Wildlife Services, in collaboration with other partners and cooperators, has resulted in eradication of several wild pig populations throughout Kentucky, with a path forward to eliminate wild pigs in Kentucky. However, hunting, which can involve illegal importation, relocation, reintroduction, or release, provides an incentive to maintain wild pig populations. Prohibitions on hunting have been very effective in reducing new releases of wild pigs and enhancing elimination strategies. Based on the experience of other state programs, limitations on hunting facilitate a more systematic application of proven effective eradication methods where wild pigs occur. Please let us know if we can answer any questions regarding the APHIS NFS-MP or our Wildlife Services state program activities conducted with local partners to eradicate feral swine in Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
You're welcome.
So that's the sum of the ones that were sent to us.
Yes, sir.
I want to reemphasize that the commission and the department encourages sportsmen to write in with issues about what's on discussion on the agenda, discussion items on the agenda, and new business on the agenda. Action items that are already to be voted upon, we're not accepting any information or any input on those because the decisions probably have already been made or heard 2 or 3 times. But we certainly encourage everybody to get in touch with either their commissioner, directors, the deputy commissioners or the commissioner, as well as all of us on emails to share with us their thoughts on things that are before the commission, because it's very important for us to hear that from sportsmen. I believe that concludes our business. Has anybody else got anything else that they need to bring up at this point? I don't believe so. Then I'll entertain you're getting ready to entertain. I'll entertain a motion from you to adjourn.
Motion to
Do I hear a second to that? Second from Ralph Swallows. No discussion. All in favor? If you'll take a roll, we'll get a roll call.
Commissioner Floyd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fisher.
Aye.
Commissioner Swallows.
Aye.
Commissioner Lillard.
Aye.
Commissioner Farrell.
Aye.
Commissioner Horn.
Aye.
I vote aye.
The motion carries. The meeting's adjourned. Merry Christmas to everybody. Drive carefully if you go anywhere this year, and we'll see you in March or before that if we have any special call meetings. Thank you all for being here and being patient with us today. It was a long meeting.